legend. I have nothing to lose. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Wake up. I know what's real. Escape reality. Hardwired. This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it. The end is in our sights. The future is already here. No matter how hard we tried, we are doomed. Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself. I can see the end inside. 3, 2, 1. Hardwired.
What an idiot! He literally put the songs in the wrong order. It was supposed to be Worldstar and then...
Shut up. It is not time to make fun of for him. Because darkness is rolling in.
What darkness?
The evil that is slowly enclosing in upon the dragons.
Oh shit, we playing that shit today?
Yes. We must face the evil. We must take it out. We must prove our worth.
You're not playing.
Listen. Listen, you know, sometimes you just have to, like, you ever go to a sporting event and you're like, yeah, my team won, and you're like, we did a great job?
Yeah, but you didn't play.
On with the show.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to episode 1403, The Dragon in the Storm Pathfinder Part 4? 4? Is it 4? Oh, I never changed it. It is Part 4. Dr. Wrath, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime subscription. You are truly awesome. I was going to hear. We are going to be live. I'm going to leave. So usually I do like the update and all that. I'm going to leave it to Kelly because Kelly's going to have to do the update anyway. So I'm going to let her tell the whole update. So I'm going to get some announcements done, and then I'm going to pass the baton over to her to lead us into great adventures. First and foremost, all music during tonight's opening was brought to you by NCS, no copyright sounds. If you enjoy any of the music that you heard during the beginning of this stream, make sure you look them up on Spotify or YouTube. Their music is free to listen to, free to download, and if you enjoy their music, make sure you support the artists. They're badass for having their entire catalog out there for free. Also, tonight's stream, we have a mix of people who are brand new to role-playing, people who have been playing for years. We have someone who hasn't GM'd in years, so please bear with us as we try and pull this together. We will try and be funny as hell to ourselves, and hopefully you will find it funny also. And if you don't, go yourself. Wait, what? No, I kid. Other than that, the only other thing you need to know is there won't be any cams during the adventure. There are some people who are not as cam inclined as others, and so as a respect for them, we're gonna pull back and not have the cams live during the stream to respect their wishes. So I hope you understand. It's just I'm not gonna have a cam up for myself due to the fact that it's just gonna feel hella weird being one of the few people on screen with a camera. So what you'll see is when we are in the game, you're gonna see our bar, our information, and everything for our characters. So you'll be able to know who each one of our characters are and where we're at. But yeah. Oh, and finally, we have a new member joining us, so we are now back up to 6 people, I believe. So let's go from there. Let's see what happens, and let's
go into the storm. Storm.
Okay, yeah, that works. All right, let me do dragon time. All right, and then let me unmute myself. Unmute myself. Doop.
Hey, we're live.
Oh, why
Yeah.
is it drawing? Get out of here.
What happened?
It's cute.
It's not cute. Look at you being all
I love
depressed
the
and
drawing.
waiting.
Are you
Depressed and
kidding?
waiting
It's
outside the
awesome.
skirt.
Oh, that's him waiting outside the I thought
Yeah,
that
that's
was
me.
the,
That's where we left off. Remember, with me.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not
What I didn't
depressed.
draw, though,
Wait, hold
I
on.
didn't
First off,
draw-
Looks
I didn't
like
draw Hey You up on the roof.
first off,
Yeah,
I want to
he's
point
not
out
there.
Oh.
I don't have a shield.
Are you
no,
not a
it's
sword
it's on the
paladin?
ground.
Hang on.
No, he's not a he's.
I'm a
like
DPS-idin, not a tankidin.
two-handed weapon.
Okay. So you put all your points in charisma and strength, and that's about it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't know if you noticed. I have a wisdom of 7.
Oh,
You are
We've
Sir Terry the
noticed.
paladin.
we've noticed.
Listen, that's what I said. I see a problem. I go to fix it. That's what I do.
There's a
I like
fracture.
Heather.
I must fix it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heather, quote Heather. That's my favorite thing right now. so far.
So in case we have some new people, we're gonna go around the table. So we got Kelly, who's our GM. She's awesome. We have Travis, who is our resident cleric.
Hello.
Yeah, he's playing. You're a half elf, right?
I'm a dragon. But yes, for these
Yeah,
purposes.
for the
yes,
purposes
I
of what we currently are. Then we have Heather. She's now playing as our newest addition, the Skald, dressed as a human, wearing a human skin.
It sounds so strange when you say it that way.
Don't
but
ask her where she. Don't ask him where he got it.
And then
No. I should tell you a fine tale of adventure of how I got this human skin.
are you a size 14?
Maybe she's gonna tone that down a little bit. Kronk.
Are you?
What gender is Kronk? P.S. Is Kronk a boy? Kronk a girl?
Kronk presents as male.
Kronk is both.
All right.
Kronk is whatever Kronk wants to be.
Kronk
is Kronk.
Then we have Thick, who's going to be playing our gnome summoner. With I forget what your summon creature's name is. Roderick. And then of course the infamous named one, Hey You.
What?
What?
Hey You, the half elf fighter, who's a hobo dragon.
That's awesome.
And then we have me playing the paladin, who is currently, as you can see, for some reason, drawn like a sad boy outside of a church.
Yep, you're praying. You're praying to your God because you better hope that he protects you in this town that's not ties to him.
We'll see.
Right.
I have hope.
So before we start with our recap, I need to know who is holding, or where is the orb that Lady Liana gave you?
The orb, I believe, is on me in my bag of holding.
Okay. So from your bag of holding, you essentially get like a cell phone vibrate. So there's a little chime, and the bag starts to move on its own, very gently.
When is this happening?
Any opening in the bag, this is gonna happen right as you set your stuff down. You're like, I'm praying, we're gonna defend this church, let's go.
Okay, so I pretend I'm because I don't want to like give away anything. I pretend I'm like a kid in school, and I'm gonna peek into the bag of holding and pull the orb out, and then look down. You know how like when the kid looks at the phone and then he laughs, and then the teacher like goes, "If you're laughing at your lap, ha ha ha," that joke. And try and answer the call.
Lady Liana answers. The way that like as you look around and make sure that no one else is really in the vicinity to see you through this orb, because if you remember right,
yes, Sass, we're
seemingly the only other inhabitant.
We're playing
is
Pathfinder
inside the house with Thick's character.
Yeah. We just haven't done a full clear. That's the only reason why I'm not. I know she knows of the orb. I showed her, but I don't know if there's any other inhabitants. That's why I'm still trying to be sneaky about the orb.
So she chimes in, and as soon as she can kind of see, like from her vantage point, kind of what's going on, you don't really see any type of image from her. Just a small voice from the orb, which says, it asks, "Are you alone?"
Alone enough. How alone do you want me to be?
Do you think you're being watched?
Give me a second. Is there a building nearby I can walk in?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, I go
There's
into
houses.
I go into a building, close the door, because then I don't have to worry about. And then, I'm as closely protected as I can be right now, ma'am.
As he walks in, I see him, and I clamber off the roof to go back inside to try and follow him, see what he's up to. I didn't see him answer the orb.
Okay. So you're following him into his building, which is different than Anna's residence.
Right. I meant, like, I go down through Anna's residence to, like, leave out the front door to at least, like, follow him to the building.
Okay. Well, it's going to take you a minute to catch up.
Yep.
But you can go ahead and do that. Liana says, I just wanted you to know that I'm sending another recruit.
Has
I
there
know that
been
you had
something that
lost
has
two before
changed?
you head out. We wanted our party to be this strong. When you lost the other two, we were working on finding replacements. And I think I finally found the one that'll make it all.
Good to know. I'm
Like that?
grateful for your assistance.
That orb chimes off, a little faint little glow. It's like a fluid pearlescent that all fades. And then we get to see how Kronk would enter this human town. So Kronk was given directions. Kronk was given directions. It is now nightfall, so it's starting to become quite dusk. The way that the town is situated is it's kind of like in this valley between mountains on one side and then a pretty heavily forested area on the other side. There's an entrance on the side that you approach from, made of big, large wooden doors with cast iron bolting and things like that. There's that same stag statue out front. The doors are ajar, so you can kind of see that they don't quite line up. And you are welcome to make your approach however you like.
So, Kronk is one of those that you will hear before you ever see him. And what you all hear is faint at first, but then louder and louder. The sound of battle drums as it gets nearer and nearer to where y'all are staying. And emerging from the darkness is a 6'7", big old, tall, burly drink of water, bristling with muscles and all sorts of golden long hair, facial hair, everything, looking straight out of some Viking romance novel. And so as he comes and you hear the drums pounding, he announces himself and he says, "Hello, my friends. You find yourselves in the presence of Kranakwinduna. But please, such a name is hard to shout in the midst of battle. I ask you, call me Kronk."
I exit the house.
I, being in the middle of the street after following him, just kind of peer on in astonishment and bewilderment.
Yeah.
Hello! Are you another adventurer? Wink?
I
Quetzal
palmed.
comes out like half drunk and is like, what is with all of this noise?
Ah! This is not noise! This is the sound of the drums of battle!
But why? It's like it's in the middle of the night. We're trying to sleep.
No, we must always be ready for adventure!
I can understand this. To answer your question, ma'am, I palm the symbol of Apsu and show her, and then put it back underneath my tabard.
It's
a dragon figurine.
Yeah, gotcha. So Kronk will peer down and said, "Yes, you are the adventurers I was sent to find. I come on behalf." Yes.
How
dare you interrupt my story? But go ahead.
I'm sorry. Just a point of order here. When you say a dragon figurine, is it like a little ceramic, like a little ceramic?
Mine's made of platinum.
Painted. Okay. Like
a
precious moments Apsu.
Yeah, I spent a lot of money on this holy symbol. It's goddamn platinum. It's solid platinum.
Yeah, but does it have a big head and small wings? Is what I'm asking.
Do you want?
Big head, small wings,
I can bring it up.
eyes.
Hold on, I can bring up the actual.
Yeah, sure. Bring it up and then leave it
Ooh,
up.
yes.
I don't have to look at
show
this
us.
bad drawing anymore.
That's not a bad drawing. It's fine. But yes, so Kronk will confirm. Yes, you are the adventurers. Wink. I was sent to find by Our Lady Liliana. Please.
Kronk.
I want to
Yes.
confirm something real quick. Are you saying wink out loud?
Yes.
Kronk. There's
Yes, that is my name. Yes. Who are you? That how very rude of me. I have introduced myself to all of you, and yet I do not know by which names I should inscribe you into my epic poem.
okay. I am Hey You. We need to keep the whole lady
Who is my dragon?
There you go.
thing on the down low. There's a resident
I
inside.
do not understand this down low.
We
Slow.
told
Down low, too slow, Kronk.
The lady has
told the
explained to you
person
our
inside-
the lady explained to you how we're supposed to be keeping a quiet approach, correct? Well, there is someone who doesn't know what we are here and could be watching us.
and
I
we kind of told
see.
them that we're from the past.
Yes, we're time travelers.
Interesting.
For
I
the-
like
for the
this
record-
deception.
I'm thinking to
For the
myself,
record, Kronk,
all right,
yeah.
so I just met these people, and they're already liars. I love it.
Yeah, this is fabulous. This is
For
amazing.
the record, Kronk, I don't believe that she bought it.
I don't believe so
understand that-
either.
I understand that the rest of our party thinks that they're incognito, but there's about as incognito as like somebody who holds a bush in front of their face and walks around.
You're asking
you
a
know?
paladin to lie. We're not the best at it. I haven't trained for it.
Very
Oh,
incognito.
you subscribe to my people's school of stealth. Yes, let me demonstrate. And he will grab a branch and hold it in front of his face. I am stealthy.
She'll fit right in. Or perfect. Now I understand why you were sent.
Absolutely. So yes. So that is Kronk. Sorry,
Kronk,
dogs.
calm down. You're gonna scare the woman.
Kronk, stop. Quiet, Kronk, quiet.
Good boy, Kronk. Good boy. I throw a treat at Kronk.
Kronk will catch it. Yes. It has been a long adventure to find you fine people. That's right. Yes, people. Yes. All right. Excellent. Please. So let us sojourn to the insidery, and you can tell me more about yourselves and also what our mutual patron, Wink, has in store for us.
I like Kronk already.
Quetzal, I will leave that to you. I have the other situation I'm going to try and deal with. Even though you didn't hear me. But yes, Quetzal. And I know you're drunk, but I will allow you to handle the update. I'm going to face the other issue that is fast approaching, it seems, and see if I can handle that.
Kronk, I have a very important question for you, and please, I'm going to ask you when you respond to respond about 80% quieter than you just introduced yourself. Do you happen to have in that gigantic pack of yours more mead?
Does this work for it being 80% less boisterous? Is this good? Yes, of course. I always have need for the thirsty traveler, and Kronk will take out.
Humans.
First we humans.
Quetzal
Humans.
Quetzal will put their arm around Kronk and say, "Then please come with me. There is a foolishness afoot here out in the courtyard, and we need to not be a part of it, but we can create our own foolishness inside. Come, we'll go inside."
I like the way you think. And Kronk will heartily slap Quetzal on their back, and Kronk doesn't do things by halves, so Quetzal may stagger a little bit.
As you guys go back inside, we still have Gideon and Anna inside, along with a fire spirit, Zeke. at the noise outside, Gideon would see Anna go over to the window as Kronk kind of greets everyone and is like, "What's up, my dears?" She just kind of turns to Gideon and says, "Is this one of yours?"
It would appear so. I knew we were a bit short-handed, but I didn't think they had sent anyone so quickly.
Well,
Normally we don't.
Don't
we
steal
don't travel-
anything. I'm going to bed. Zeke,
Gideon.
watch him.
time is
And so-
relative.
I thought we
They-
were going into the church.
So Anna heads upstairs. She's done. She sees this guy and she's like, that's too much. I think I'm done. I'm gonna head upstairs. Zeke, it's all yours. And so Zeke is this little fire spirit. He's really difficult to kind of like make out what he looks like because he's quite bright. The harder you try and focus on him, the less you really see. But he kind of hops over back to where the fireplace is and settles down and just kind of makes more open space. So you end up kind of finding yourself back alone as these two probably climb up the steps to enter the house.
Fondant is like the face that you're getting. Like, I was gonna get to explore the church.
Aw.
Right. I mean, you're welcome to try and stop her, but she sees this, she hears this, and the introvert in her is just like, "Yep, no,
We became one
just
too
don't
many."
take anything. I'm done. Just don't take anything. I'm done. No breaking into the house. No stealing. I've got a little fire spirit to check this out. Like, y'all do what you want to do. I'm up. I'm done."
Okay,
So-
okay, Anna. I guess I'll go give this to your god by myself. He turns to walk towards the church.
I go back to my drawn line and take the knee and start up the prayer again.
I'm gonna go and take a look through the window of the building that he went into to take the call, thinking it's a special building.
Yeah, if you want to roll perception, it's very similar to all the other buildings that you've been in. There's a disarray, but it's
Nat
not
20.
Nice.
Congratulations, you should have saved it because it would have been nice to have that at 20 somewhere else, I'm sure.
Yeah, props.
It looks the same as every other building that you've been in there so far. So there is a really distinct layer of dust over
Aw,
everything.
give
Nothing
him at
seems
least
too
a copper
fresh.
coin.
There are
1 copper coin for the 20.
Just
She
one.
said,
Just
He can-
one.
He
he
finds
can
a
have another
penny.
feather boa. How about that?
There you go.
Get a feather
Oh,
There you go.
awesome. Yes.
Feather boa.
Perfect.
There you go. Your 20 has gotten you
Uh,
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can thank your paladin for that one. We'll write that down. Hey, you gets a pretty feather boa.
Second
for his
pretty.
nat 20.
Second pretty bow.
No, I don't have one yet.
Wait, who
No.
has the other one?
Quite so.
Quetzal has the-
Oh,
first
so
pretty
you got
boas.
matching.
No, totally different. This one's
Oh.
silver.
Boo.
This
Wait,
one's
what?
silver.
Wait,
Oh wait,
which
yeah,
one
and
is the
and
silver
and
one?
Quitchel's is for a child.
Yeah.
This is an
His
adult
was just
boa.
like a brightly colored one. So
Mine's
No.
pretty.
yeah, something like that.
Happy
So,
Pride Month, everyone.
Indeed.
Aside from that, you see what had happened before. So you see like those deep gouges in the concrete. You also see that there are areas where there just appears to be things that are missing. So like I said before, where you have like a dresser, but there's a perfectly like circumferential.
Gouged out. Yep.
It's not gouged. It's not gouged. It's just
Well,
gone.
yeah.
There's
Yep.
no evidence of where it went, and it is perfectly clipped edge, as if someone came in with a saw and sawed a hole in it.
I
It's
think
starting to get
myself, that's weird.
it's starting to get pretty late. And so you guys actually, while you were doing some of your investigation, the clock starts going off as well too. And it starts chiming 11.
Quetzal will finish up another drink with Kronk and then get to bed. It's been a long day of traveling and putting pieces of a puzzle together. And so, unless something wakes Quetzal up from sleep, they're just gonna kind of recline and fall next to the fire and fall asleep.
Sounds fair.
Yeah, Kronk will spend a little bit of time trying to get to know the other folks, but if it looks as though people are done for the night, he will spend a little bit of time nursing one more flagon of mead before finding a place to sleep for the night.
I guess really the only thing is that these guys have flip-flopped their day nights, so you guys would have just been awake for only like 6 or 7 hours.
You've never slept after
Do you
being awake
remember?
for 6 hours?
Hey, that's
I'm not
prime
saying
nap
that
time.
I haven't. I'm not saying that I haven't. But the way that they had been structuring is they'd been sleeping during the daytime and then moving via the night. And this is the first city that they come. So.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Quetzal, drunk, it's totally fine. So, yeah, I don't know if I told you how new this campaign is. It's like session
4.
4.
This is 4.
Session 4.
Yeah,
For
we're
the total, because we had 2 combat sessions, a session, the last one, so that they got here the last one, and this is session 4.
Oh, nice, fabulous.
It's new for Dustin. Dustin's new. Dustin was the add-on when we lost Ian and Tom.
Second for me.
The whole thing about what she said, something's going to happen during the night, and she's like, it's fine, you don't have to worry about it, there's nothing that we can do about it. And then
Sig's gonna be dumb and try and do something about it.
It's like trying to do something about it while Gideon, you're trying to break into the church, and Heyu is trying to. Oh, you
go
broke
in and pay my respects to the deity of this
He
town.
got permission to go.
Yeah.
And then Heyu, you're just hanging out with Sig.
No, I'm just walking out of the building.
Yeah, he's being
Snoopy.
a loner.
Yeah.
In a group of 5, he's being a loner.
He's being Heyu, the homeless dragon.
I grew up homeless. I don't know what it means to be in a group.
Don't worry.
All right.
We'll turn you into family sooner or later. We'll beat you with it.
Well,
they'll just be like in one of those animes.
If one of your arms falls off,
friendships. Yeah, we're gonna
falls
freaking
off, then you
kick
know
you
where to find
into
me.
having a heart.
Quetzal's good in here.
My
So
paladin
as
goes
we
into
get to
water
hear
form.
that, like, nice, like orgasmic anime sound. I'm okay with that.
Oh God.
Breath control. Form 3.
No,
No,
it's from Fire Force. There's a bunch of memes things in Fire Force. One of them is there's this. I mean, it's a pretty cheesy show, and then all of a sudden, like the sound effect comes out of nowhere, and it's like a bass drop into an explosion. It was really good.
Weird.
Oh, it's so cool.
It is
Because it comes out of
almost
nowhere. Like,
yeah, it's like tinny explosion,
awesome.
tinny explosion, tinny explosion, tinny explosion, and then all of a sudden they like get to the climax of this fight. It's like, boom.
Yeah, it's like, let me borrow your
Drop the
technique.
bass.
And he hits the guy, and it's just like, boom, boom, and you're like,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's like a shockwave. But either way, digressing.
That's
it's also
awesome.
totally
Digressing.
stupid because they literally kick. What's the word I'm looking for?
princess
empathy?
something or other.
Literally, it's Tabana. It's Princess Tabana is her name, and she's a total sociopath. And then he
Damn.
kicks her to the fucking face, and all of a sudden she's empathetic.
Oh my
That's
God.
it. That's
Yeah,
all
you know what?
it was some trauma.
They
you know?
they kicked humanity back into her, and it was
Yep.
hilarious.
Well,
Either
that's
way-
like the Firefly movie. Like people make fun of the fact that River, like all she did was vomit at the end, and then she was perfectly fine. So it's like, all right, she just needed an emetic, and she'd be okay.
I don't even want to talk about River. Also, that movie doesn't exist, so I don't know what movie you're talking about. So,
Oh, is it like Highlander
I'm
2?
a leaf on
Highlander
wind, and we're
2.
gonna move on. So the
And
clock
we're going
is
to move on from that.
There can be
and
only
the
one.
clock is
I don't know
starting
what
to
you're talking
strike
about.
11. And you guys, if you would like, you can certainly roll perception.
I would
but
love
there
to.
starts to be.
I'm sure this is gonna go great.
Yeah, there starts to be
Hell yeah,
noises
that's a nat
from
20,
the
baby.
outside of the house.
Oh shit!
So the first noises that you hear, they sound like hoof beats. So metallic hoofs on the cobblestone walkways. It almost sounds like muttering as well too. The hoofs that you can hear, the hooves that you hear, they don't seem rushed or hurried, more rhythmic. So those of you who have a decent enough handle animal or ride checks, you can tell that it's at a trot, which is just a general, like, nice and easygoing pace. Nothing disjointed. And if you guys are not going to do anything, I will tell you how it progresses. If you want to react to it, I will tell you how that progresses too.
Well, I'm in the middle of the street, so I start looking around to.
You don't see
where
any
it's coming
horses.
from.
Kronk is drawn to the rhythm of the beats, and so he will come outside and kind of
Start
noodle along with
Just the
it.
rhythm of the beats.
That's
Yeah,
that
that's
was
basically what happens.
that was in my head, and I was trying so hard.
Yeah, Kronk's just having a grand old time with his war drum.
Fair enough. As you kind of start to hear just like sounds, it's almost like the city is like you can hear what you would expect to hear in the city. So it sounds like quiet voices. There's hooves in the background. You can tell that some are more metallic, like those horses were wearing shoes. Some of them are more dull or thuddy for horses that are barefoot. As those kind of sounds progress, you hear the voices get louder first. As the voices get louder, you notice that the hoofbeats that are metallic, the ones that have, supposedly horseshoes, they start to become faster. And so the kind of crescendo of these background sounds, it almost instills an anxiety in you guys, because this is going to be sounds that you really haven't heard. You can probably recognize them as hoofs. You can probably recognize them as hoof beats. You can certainly recognize some like the soft clinks of armor or things like that as well too. But just with the natural, like almost like a circadian or internalized rhythm of it going from this nice steady like bumbly pace to being this faster, like more urgent feeling, it hits you guys in a level that's deeper than just I hear it get faster. I hear it get faster, and what does this mean? And it's just instinctual.
I quickly back up to rest my back against Anna's house in order to get out the way of what sounds like horses charging at me.
These sounds, they don't seem like they're from far away. They feel like they're very close. Like the murmuring that you're hearing, it's not like someone shouting from places that you can't see. It's as if like the ground itself was making these noises.
Kronk is going to cast Detect Magic and just sweep it. It's a 60-foot cone, so just kind of sweep it around, see if he can determine the source of what this is, because it's obviously something that I can't see.
I'm also going to do Detect Evil.
So you are not going to have anything strike up on your Detect Evil.
Okay.
Yet. And then Detect Magic, the only thing that I need to know is whether or not that includes a supernatural ability.
Let's see. You detect magical auras. So that's all it is. So if a supernatural ability does not have a magical aura, then I would not be detecting it.
Let me...
Supernatural or magical, but not spell-like. So I think
so if it's it's gonna totally be your call.
They are They are not subject to spell resistance and do not function in areas where magic is suppressed or negated. So if a supernatural ability can't exist within an anti-magic field, then it has to be a little bit magic.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 1 second.
Sure, take your time. No worries.
I'm grabbing the sub page.
Yeah, for it. Trying
Hey,
to decide if I should break out my song.
Hey, Travis, can you explain to me at
Can
will,
you?
please?
Does it? It obviously doesn't detect old things, so I guess you're not gonna feel anything yet.
Sounds good.
Yeah, at will means that, like, so if Will Wheaton is standing next to you.
Oh, okay. I need Will Wheaton to be there for it to be at will. Got it. All right.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
As of right now, your guys' experience is that it doesn't necessarily feel like it has any type of presence other than like an anxiousness. You don't feel any obvious evil component to it. If anything, it just feels pretty chaotic. Like it's starting to transition from like this neutral feeling where you were like fairly comfortable to being like this uncertain feeling. As far as the auras go, as far as you can tell, there's no magic spell, at least not one that you recognize. In order to try and figure out where that's coming from, if it's a source or if it's an aura, things like that. As far as the sounds in the city, again, they seem like they're really just kind of emanating from the ground. And we can do, let's see. I'm trying to think if we could have a good check for it.
Hey,
I just
Kronk,
really want like an intuition check. Like I don't want
Kronk, do you have a detect plot ability as a bard?
I mean, I have bardic knowledge, which I can use for
Ooh.
damn near anything.
That's
There you
the
go.
catch-all.
Detect
Yeah,
plot.
this is all right.
Detect
I will.
plot.
I will detect
Detect
plot.
plot.
Detect plot.
I will detect plot.
Honestly, it'd be kind of funny to give him like a total supernatural ability where like Kronk is just totally got meta knowledge fed into him, and whether or not you guys believe him would be freaking hysterical.
Just
like,
kind
Right. I
Kronk
did.
knows
You know
exactly
what the best
this
part
is.
is?
Kronk says it's this, and you guys are like,
Yeah.
no way.
You
I
just
think the
you
level
gotta
of Kronk
you
is
you gotta
a
feed
less
positive
okay.
and negative stuff. So like good things, bad things, and fake things have to be fed in. So that way, like every once in a while
Yes.
the fake thing hits and you're just like, oh, it's this bullshit again.
So Kronk detects plot with an 8. So he is not sure what is going on unless it's an incredibly low DC. So he detects the plot with an 8. I'm not a very smart bard.
So
I'm average.
So what Kronk feels that the ground has memory. That's what he thinks.
Ooh.
That's what he thinks
All
is
right.
happening. He says the ground has feelings, and the feelings remember something bad. And that's where Kronk's
That's where Kronk's
that's not
coming
Kronk's,
from.
that's Kronk's knowledge and where it ends.
Yeah. Everyone, my new companions, I sense that the ground has memory and that it is remembering something bad. Perhaps we should get off of the street because it may be that our mighty footsteps are triggering this trauma. And Kronk will try to tiptoe back to some place that
Footsteps
he's
of the
not
house.
standing on the ground. Yeah,
he's joining.
like-
He's joining. Hey, you like.
so
Right.
he's gonna do
I'm
like
totally
the
believing
exaggerated
Kronk.
tippy toes.
This seems legit. I'm gonna try to tiptoe my way back inside the house too.
There you go.
Kronk,
You do a roll to believe Kronk, or are you just like,
Can
I have a
you-
connection with this guy. He's my guy.
No,
I rolled
you
to
know what?
believe
No.
Kronk.
If you do, this is gonna be like a weird Thor and Loki vibe because it's
Yes!
literally gonna be like.
Oh no, I'm totally. Whatever Kronk says, I'm with Kronk.
I'm for
I'm
it, man.
with
I'm for
Kronk.
This guy is fucking confident.
Hashtag I'm with Kronk. That's the T-shirt for this campaign.
Hashtag I'm with
That's this episode's T-shirt. I'm with Kronk.
Hashtag Kronk's truth.
Oh my gosh.
Kronk, darling, let me see that flagon again. You say the ground has memory.
Yes.
Here, let me take a good sniff of what you've been drinking there. I just want to double check something.
With what Kronk said, is this something I could use my knowledge in religion to try and pull information of any events that I've ever dealt with that? I can't hear you. I see your mouth moving.
No.
I'm assuming that's no.
No.
It's like, no.
I saw that. This is what I saw. I saw.
No, I have my volume thing on because I sit right next to an AC vent, and so sorry, I'll be louder. No.
Oh
you
no,
don't.
look like yas.
Yes, that looked like yes.
Yeah.
Yes. that looked like
Rock would say,
slow
but it's
motion.
definitely not what I said.
That's very fast. Yes. Is that my pizza? Is my pizza finally here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. Pizza's here. I'll be right back.
All right, go for it. Go grab your pizza.
Bring enough for the class, okay?
I want pizza.
I have
We can go
4
get
pies.
I also want pizza.
Should I have pizza delivered?
Oh, that's a
Oh
great
my
idea.
god. No. Nothing. Did you already eat?
6 hours ago.
What about
You
didn't
some
eat dinner?
breakfast?
No.
11 Z's.
Yes, we've had one meal. Yes.
I had
11
like-
Z's.
Depending
I
on
had,
how you
like,
feel
lunch when I got out of
Skittles,
work.
I've also had one meal.
I think if it's
Pizza sounds
you
good.
know, I don't think Skittles count as food.
Skittles are an energy source. That's how I look at it.
Are you
That's where it
tasting the
stops.
rainbow?
Like, are you
Energy source
tasting-
and then done. Are you allowed
One
to
of
give
the
your
few-
monkeys Skittles? Do your monkeys like Skittles?
We so our attending vet, who's my boss, hates giving the monkeys sugar, because to be fair, it does make surgery more difficult on us because they just put on fat and not like muscle. But our caretakers will sneak them marshmallows and whatnot, especially
Fuck yeah.
when they go upstairs. So it's like, here, and I will buy them. I buy them Peeps for holidays because it's fun. I do. I buy them Peeps and they love them.
I want to work with monkeys.
I do not want to work with monkeys, but
I
let me
wanna
tell you
work
what,
with
I would
monkeys.
absolutely feed a monkey some Peeps. Work with monkeys? No. Pet monkey? No. Feed a monkey Peeps? Heck, fucking yes.
Apparently, my mom's family owned a monkey when she was younger.
But can you
Really?
really own a monkey?
I mean,
No, you
No.
can't.
this story will let you know. It got out of its cage on Thanksgiving, got a
Oh,
hold of the
no.
chandelier, and
Oh no.
oh yeah,
Shat on the
projectile
turkey?
projectile shot across the table.
Oh no.
Thanksgiving
that's
dinner
awful.
absolutely ruined.
Yeah, we all know that monkeys do not have diseases at all.
Yep. I don't know what you're talking about. It's totally fine.
So,
totally
Steven, just to
clean.
recap,
Uh-huh.
monkey hanging from chandelier on Thanksgiving, projectile shitting.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
That's-
You
that's
caught
I
what-
up.
was very
Now,
thankful.
now you're caught up. Now you're
Cool.
caught up.
Enjoy your
Nobody was
pizza.
thankful that day.
I want you to know this. I'm an EMT.
I know.
See, he's totally
Yeah,
fine.
I was about to say, like, hardly anything ruins my appetite. It's so fun.
So let me ask you
Oh
this,
my
Steven.
gosh.
Whenever somebody has a car accident, do you go back and pick up the shoes, or you just leave them there in the road?
Depends on where
Throw the shoes over the
if the
power
If
line.
it's a
Shoes?
pedestrian.
if it's a pedestrian, they stay
Because the
there.
pedestrian usually gets knocked out of the shoes, right?
I can tell you, of all the
Motorcyclists.
times I've ever seen someone hit by a car, only once were they knocked out of their shoes, and that's because they were wearing like their shoes like really loose. You know how like some people wear their really fancy Nikes loose so it doesn't crease them. They were knocked out of their shoes, but most people that actually like tie their shoes, nope, they stay. Crocs will fly. Those I don't count as shoes though.
Oh my gosh. think that a croc would be aerodynamic, especially with all. Well, I guess
That's
maybe
why they
with all
fly.
the holes in them.
Have you seen they came out with like the croc version of a loafer?
Oh God.
I've seen them come out with a croc version of a high heel.
That's funny.
That's
funny.
That's even worse.
I'm with
That's
croc.
even worse. Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
So what are we up to?
Well,
No.
we found out that the
managed to get
village
back
has.
inside. We left you.
We found out the village
so
has
the-
memories.
The bardic intuition, I have no idea how that spell's supposed to work. If it's
not a
even
spell.
actually a spell, or if you're just trying to shit
No,
me.
it's not a
But-
spell. It's literally bardic knowledge that basically
I've heard
the
I've heard
bard-
something about
Anything I
this in a
want.
tale.
the bard can roll
Yep.
on anything they come across without having any previous knowledge or skills.
Yep.
All right. Well,
want a knowledge
I'm really
check?
just, I'm
I
really
gotcha.
just, I'm really just treating it as a gut feeling check because I'm just gonna make it that
Sweet.
Croc's gut is freaking awesome. So
Nice.
He's just,
I love
he's
it.
totally just gonna trust it too. Like he's wholeheartedly, he's gonna sing from his gut. He fucking trusts his gut, and his gut telling him that this ground is bad juju magumbo. Something about the place.
It has memory. It's got some PTSD going on, and I respect the ground. I respect the ground, and so I feel that our heavy footsteps, our bringing back this bad memory. So Kronk has been like exaggerated tiptoeing to some place he's off of the ground. Yes, it is. Oh, I do not wish to anger the
The
ground
other part about
anymore.
this is funny is because I don't think anyone has told Kronk what happened in this village.
Oh, I know nothing.
I literally said, hey,
mean,
Quetzal,
in
handle
general.
that. I'm going to go back to my spot.
Oh, I handled it by drinking. I thought we could just drink some, and I always makes things better.
I obviously chose the wrong person.
You think?
Or the
What
right
is it
person,
you guys are
depending how you
drinking?
want to look at it.
Oh,
Mead.
What
Kronk
is
has
mead?
some mead. It's so when bees vomit.
It is a drink of the gods.
Can I try
And
some?
Kronk
Or of the bee.
Kronk will, of the bee gods.
It's so
Kronk
weird to have
will
Kronk a
happily give
drunk.
You some mead.
Oh,
Kronk a drunk. Yes, so
Kronk's
Kronk
like he's
will.
a lot to get drunk. Let me tell
I've
you
never
what.
tried this. So, hey, you immediately starts just hammer.
Actually, based off of
this,
Constitution, our summoner drinks the most.
Oh yeah.
The summoner's a
Yeah.
teetotaler.
I
You know
love
what?
it.
I
I
just
love
start
it.
Hey, can
pounding
you-
this meat
Drinking,
back,
right?
not knowing
It's a
that
good question.
actually
Can you
like-
lifelink booze to your summoned creature? That is the real question, because then you could really drink people under the table.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Literally,
God,
it's gonna drink all of you underneath
awesome.
the table. Jesus.
This may
His
now be
summon's
a
just
thing.
chilling there, like, yeah.
No, his summon's over at the toilet worshiping the porcelain fucking throne. he's literally just constantly channeling. He's just like downs 5 shots and the summon's just next 5 shots.
What this is the prayer to my God. You know, some of you say hallelujah, some of you say amen. I go, ugh. It's a very throaty sound.
Oh man.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
hey, you just starts pounding the meat back, not knowing truly what it is, just that it tastes good.
Yeah, it's
No,
a
this
pretty.
might be
I
a
mean,
little meta, Dustin, but are you sure your character's gonna do that as something spooky feels like it's gonna be down? He's literally spent the entire time trying to find something to be scared of, and now Kronk says, "Hey, I don't know, something's freaking up here," and you hear ghost sounds coming from everywhere. Your character's really gonna grab a thing of meat and just down it.
He's a
He's a
hobo.
stress eater. He has no idea like what to expect, so I'm eating, I'm drinking, I'm doing what I can to take my mind off of what's going on outside. I've never
Oh my-
experienced stuff like this except for like getting chased by some guards.
Okay.
He quickly finds out that it's alcoholic.
So how much are you drinking?
Half the flagon.
oh wow! All right, cool.
I need to know how many shots that is.
Flagon?
Well, I guess. Question: I need to know how drunk you get. I want to know how
Well, let's
drunk
see.
everyone is.
A flagon is about, what, 16 ounces? And half would be about 8, so right around 3
2
shots.
imperial pints is 1 flagon.
And how much is a pint?
It comes in pints now.
That's 1.1
12
liters.
ounces.
That helps.
12 ounces.
So about half a liter, so yeah.
Oh, it's
You're
2
drinking-
glasses of beer.
So you're drinking half a liter of this. You said, didn't you say this alcohol was supposedly 80% earlier?
80?
Um,
8
I
0?
know you're saying it's mead now, but didn't you say it was 80% earlier?
Yeah, they did.
did I?
Yeah, it's 80% mead.
sure?
So
You about
it's
to
gone
kill
from
our
honey
fighter.
wine to- it's gone from honey wine to honey.
Honey dead.
Oh, vodka.
Moonshine.
Honey, I
Shrunk
never
my
clear.
brain.
And, yo,
That's
this
moonshine.
is my
Yeah, this is-
mead
yeah.
clear.
Yeah.
Honey moonshine.
So you drank half a liter. Let me just get this math right, because you're gonna take some negatives here for a second. You had drank half a liter of 80% alcohol because
Jesus Christ.
because someone told you that the ground is angry and you hear ghost noises. So your character takes this thing, doesn't even pay attention to how much it stings the inside of his mouth, and says, "I'm gonna drink half this." Glug glug glug. You got like 4 rounds of action, and then you're taking a -2 fucking everything.
It burns. It burns with
What's
the
he-
power
what's
of
he-
Apsu.
What's he taking the -2s for? Is it because
Being
he's
drunk.
sick or because he's
About
drunk?
ready to like get fucking totally blasted.
Wasted.
I'm
Totally blasted.
bastard.
I'm trying to figure out if my mercy would end his hangover.
You have removed
But
poison.
if you want to,
yeah.
you can certainly try that.
Oh no, I can
But
take care of his
you know
hangover.
what?
I have
If
his
you do
hangover
it,
covered. I don't
he's
have.
gonna-
I can't fix what's going on right now, but tomorrow morning I can
Oh,
make
no.
you feel better.
Yeah. Either way, if you actually are gonna just drink from that 80%,
Oh my god.
you're gonna take a -2. You got like 3 minutes for it to kick in. Okay. Okay.
Can't wait for this shit.
That's
You know what?
awesome.
You know what? I'll allow this next one. You can take a +2 to your actual charisma, but no charisma checks.
Oh no.
So you feel like you're gonna get a +2 to your charisma. It's not real. All your checks are
That's
still
awesome.
You auto fail
That's
your charisma
awesome.
checks with your +2.
negative. Yeah.
Hey.
You act like
baby.
you're
Hey,
+2.
guys.
You've definitely taken a -2. And then
Hey guys, it's me. Hey you.
Suddenly everybody's just going like, hey,
Grunk.
baby.
You look cute. Wanna go up to my room?
Oh, no, yeah.
you-
Hey, you
you
just
have
stumbling
a
around the room.
uh,
I stumble
So-
over to the window and look out.
yeah, something
Ooh,
like
window.
that. Yeah, and
Oh my
again, you
God.
don't have to be like, super stumbly, but
Oh.
Mhm.
I'd be super stumbly in real time.
yeah.
So
Like, in
we
real
we
life?
had
Yeah.
a glorious purpose,
So-
but it all went wrong because I came with people who couldn't hold their drink.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Questle's just perpetually at a -2, but all of his stats are adjusted.
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
All of his stats are when he's like actually wasted.
He's actually
Heaven help anyone if he sobers up.
Oh, God.
Okay?
I-
Okay. So,
I was not hammered one time in my life, and it was not a good day.
I experienced it with the utmost vividness, and let me tell you, drinks on me.
There was a lot of
Sobriety.
crying, a lot of light. The doctor spanked him.
Sobriety just
for some reason I was cold all of a sudden.
One day. God damn it. Alright, so, as these noises start to ramp up, you start to hear kind of like this faint yelling. And it's a male voice. There's a couple of different ones. it doesn't take a smarty pants to realize that they sound kind of like guards. You hear them kind of chatting about north entrance, south entrance, like something's going on, and they're not really sure. You're not really able to make around like distinct like phrases. You're not like able to really understand exactly what they're getting at because it just feels, again, kind of like it's emanating almost from the ground itself, not necessarily like spoken words toward you. That ramp up, that crescendo continues, and you start hearing agitation within like the horse sounds as well too. So you're hearing, whinnies, you're hearing neighs, you're starting to hear like clamoring hoof steps, like they're not really sure like what their gait is, or as though they're startled. And as that happens, you all feel a rumble in the ground. It's short, but it feels almost like there was an explosion on the far side of the city.
Hey, Giddy and Quickie. I think that
How far away?
I think that spirit.
You can't tell exactly how far away, but the rest of it had been noises. You can feel this in your feet.
Giddy and Quickie. I think that spirit thing is happening outside.
I'm in the church, so.
We didn't actually cover you getting into the church.
Well, I mean, I was headed towards the door when last we saw Gideon. He said,
Yep.
"I'm gonna go give this to your god," and turned around to walk into the church.
Through the covered entrance, right?
Hey,
Go
yes.
into the church.
You thought you were in the house.
KU's apparently just having drunk apparitions, so that's
I
all right.
mean, Gideon.
He's too short for me to see anyway, so.
Gideon's companion is there.
He just talks to the companion like Gideon's there too.
Yeah.
Like, can you believe this, man? Can you
Hey,
believe
hey,
this?
you little rock man. You want some?
Giddy, you can hear me through this thing, right? Right? Yeah.
What's that TikTok where it's the people and they grab their cats? They're like, hello? Yes.
The Roderick just looks at you, and then reaches down with one hand into Gideon's backpack, and pulls out a tiny little clockwork bird. Gives a little crank on the side of twist. Takes your hand, puts it in your palm, and it kind of hops around in your palm and chirps.
Aw, that's cute. Beep,
I laugh.
And Quetzal goes, "Hey man, you want to get small?"
No, different character, Travis. Different character.
I got this
campaign.
spice.
Quickie. I think that thing's happening outside.
Oh yeah,
I'm
it probably
heading.
is, but
I like the
there's
fool
nothing
I
that we
am.
can do about it.
I'm heading towards it.
And
Yeah,
there's nothing that
Kronk,
Siegfried can do about it either.
Wisdom 7, man.
Kronk,
Let's interrupt for 1 second to finish out Gideon's little arc right now.
Go for it.
yes.
So as you get through the kind of like that passageway in the church, you get to like a small little atrium. There's double doors on each side of the atrium, and then like a small little like tabletop altar. If you were to try either of the double doors, they appear as though they're bolted. But that small little altar, it looks like it hasn't been used in a while, but it is pretty distinctly for like candles and like inscriptions and things like that. It also has like a little book as well too. I should say a larger book in the center that's turned such that it's on like some of the starter pages of it, but it's almost like a sign-in book, so you could sign your name in if you want.
Sure.
Guest book.
Guest book.
When was the
Guest
last
book in
guest?
Huh?
When was the last guest?
You're not really able to see because they don't write date. But it's just some generic names.
Let me check something. dungeoneering perhaps try to guess the approximate weathering of the ink to see how long it's been? Like how faded it is?
I mean, you could tell that it's been over 20 years.
Okay, so it's been a while. All right. I mean, I'll sign it and I'll leave my little thing on the altar. And like say,
as you finish writing the last letter of your name, it almost sounds like you could hear like a little bell off in the distance.
oh,
Ominous.
that sounds delightful.
That's Victor, bro.
They'll say like
Then would you mind just double checking your alignment?
mine is,
Yeah.
I believe,
Aren't you true neutral?
true neutral.
Toes the line.
Yep. He'll say like a generic prayer to like insert deity here, but and then he'll say he's sorry he couldn't do a proper one because his friend decided to go somewhere else.
And
And yeah. And then he will go back out to the rest of the crew and he'll smile when he sees well, I guess I haven't felt the explosion yet. So
So as you're returning, it's about the same like time period as them starting to experience that first part of the crescendo before the boom happens.
okay.
But as you return and you see them playing with that little wind-up bird,
Yeah.
you can feel the boom outside, which draws your attention outward.
Okay. I will. I'm gonna go because I can kind of see through, or perceive through Roderick. I'm just gonna go upstairs and like sit outside and see if she's okay. Like listen very intently.
The room?
Make sure to see if she's
Mhm.
doing okay.
You hear nothing from the room.
Right. I'm sure she's fine. She's used to this shit. She's probably asleep. But he doesn't know that, and it would be messing with him. So he's gonna check on her.
I'm gonna go outside to see what Sig's doing and see if I can see anything in the direction of the boom.
And then I need to double check that your detect evil and detect magic are those instant or are they lasting for a certain amount of time?
As long as I hold it at will. Is mine.
Well, I need to know whether or not you're holding it at will then.
There'd be no reason for me not to at this point.
So I've got 5 minutes of it. So if it's been less than 5 minutes, I still have detect magic up.
Okay. And it is 60-foot cone for both?
It is for mine.
I have two different versions. It's 60-foot cones, or if I see a target, I can say that specific thing and get immediate full knowledge.
Okay. Nothing yet.
Okay.
Well, I should say, nothing yet for you, Sig. On Kronk, you kind of get like a general sense that the ground itself has contained some sort of magic. But it's not yet like an identifiable, like, oh yes, I recognize this. Like you would look at a ring and be like, oh, this is a ring that casts fireball. I got this. But Kronk looks at the ground and he's like, I can tell that there's something here, but I can't tell what it is. In Kronk talk, it's like,
I want to hear this.
and then move on.
I don't get it. Fellows, there seems to be something under the ground that is causing this disturbance. Quick, someone give me a shovel. I shall start finding it. Just start digging.
I really just see Kronk as such a big, like, man-handy person. And he just, like, takes his hands and, like, mold digs, you know?
Well, I mean, when he's raging, he has bestial rage, so he gets unarmed claw attacks. So he could probably just be like, Just start digging at the ground with his bare claws.
But Kronk, shouldn't you wait to do that till
LTTstore.com.
we're at the site of the boom?
That might not be a bad idea, but I feel it here. Dig, 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 dig.
Meta, he's not really raw.
Like, I feel it here. I mean, dig. No, Kronk can be convinced to maybe go do digging someplace else. But yeah, unless somebody says, no,
He's
come
ADHD,
here, sweetheart.
not OCD. So
Correct.
he's totally.
Yeah. He's like, oh, new shiny. Excellent. We'll go to that shiny instead. My sweet man-child.
Is Quetzal still like, I'm inside, I'm drunk, you guys handle this. Like, there's no immediate danger to me. Y'all got it taken care of.
Quetzal, so their gracious host who fed them and offered them shelter and booze said, don't worry about that thing over there. That thing will just happen and it'll be fine. And so Quetzal's like, why poke this bear? And so Quetzal will wait to hear the screams inevitably of somebody poking a bear, and then they'll come out and you engage.
My camera dropped far enough for you guys to see this cat looking at me sometimes.
Oh yeah, the cat is definitely wanting attention. Like, I don't understand why you're not getting all of the attention.
Oh, that's adorable. Look at that.
What are you doing? Yeah.
I'm
You
being
can't see his tail
adorable.
over there. Yeah, you can't see his tail over there. Every time I say, see ya, it does the.
Oh, I love the flutter. I don't know where our Sam got to. I stole his blanket. And he wasn't happy with me.
Oh.
I feel that.
My blanket.
I'm gonna recommend that we go towards the big
Towards
boom.
the boom.
I'm already heading there.
Because I'm interested.
All right. Kronk will follow along. Towards the big boom.
So the city itself is quite large, despite the fact that the inhabitants is obviously there's always seems to be one actual inhabitant in the city. The Gronk's just being pulled with the wind because Gronk hasn't figured out anything about what happened to the city before, so he's having a good old time. As you guys head towards the location of the sound, which was basically not completely on the opposite side of the city, but like if you guys were to face the opposite side, it was just probably like 30 degrees left of being that straight across the city, which is a round city. As you head down that way, it's not even a couple of steps before you hear another one in another direction. So this time, as you guys are running, it sounds very clearly almost closer, about 90 degrees to your right. And you can start
when we were
you're heading towards the sound of the first one.
Yeah,
when we were going
towards
through the town. Is it following like a path? Like it's 90 degrees for me. Is it like seem like it is following like a main path of the town? Is it seeming like it's one came from one entranceway, one came from another entranceway? Trying to predict the next one.
So am I reversed or am I normal?
I think you're pretty normal.
'Cause I'm mirrored on my screen, so this is my left hand.
Yeah.
So
We
like
see
when
that
I
on
show
the
you
right
stuff,
side,
can you
but-
read my stuff?
Yeah.
Or is it mirrored?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
read it? Okay.
who can say what's normal, really?
So
Is anyone
this
normal?
is the side of the city you guys are on, so north, and this is her house. The first one you hear is over here.
Okay.
It sounds very far away. As you guys make your little beeline, it has to go like around a couple of houses. When you guys get about here, you hear one that is 90 degrees to your right.
Oh,
Like
okay.
And as we are running that way, I'm drunkenly trying to recap Kronk on what's going on, how we found the desolated houses, and how I climbed to the top of the roof.
There's no summarizing here. You're gonna roleplay because that's what this is about.
You know what?
This is me role playing. This is me drunkenly trying to tell him what
Listen,
happened.
Yeah.
there's this stuff going on that we can't understand.
There's this the house we got to, it was pretty messed up, and things look like they were just like, like gone. Like
I see.
like they were there and then they weren't there. And then I climbed the house, and Kukels told me to jump, but I didn't jump.
Wait, who is Kukels? Is that a party member I haven't met yet?
The guy we were drinking with.
Kukels, guy we were drinking with. That's fine. I unfortunately don't have a very good head for names, but I have a head. Yes, I have a head for songs and stories and epic poems. Could this person be part of an epic poem? I might recognize the name then.
No. He's guy in our group.
You mean Frankerson?
Spell guy.
The spell guy, someone who is good with spelling. Excellent. I can have them edit my masterpiece. Though to be fair, I usually use an oral tradition, so this means I just have to keep repeating it over and over and over and over and over again until it sticks. We call that an oorworm. Earworm.
Sure. Anyway, there was this deer with these antlers. Oh, and now the town's haunted.
Town is haunted. Excellent. Please, I'm memorizing all of these for when I compose my epic ballad about our adventures.
Oh, dragons did it.
Oh, I'm sorry, what now? Wait, what?
All right. With that, I will have that be where you hear the second boom.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And then I need to know, Nick, are you with them for this shenanigans, Nick? Or are you back with Quetzal?
So Gideon and I are looking out the window and watching everybody Benny Hill around this place. Oh, there they go again. Oh, our Scooby-Doo. Wait,
They will have
behind that building,
sent
but now they're
Roderick
running
with
off.
them, though.
All I see is like the three of them like really hurrying up, and then Roderick in the back's just got like every 3 of their steps, he's just like, damn.
He's a big boy. He's a big old scary boy.
Yup.
So as you guys, I don't know, I guess vote real quick. Change directions or stay course.
Change direction.
Sure, change direction sounds good.
I just need to know the second explosion. Did it sound like it's all right? So the first one, did it sound like it's coming from an entranceway into the town or not?
No.
It just sounded like it was.
But it's very difficult to tell. You can hear it
across
in that direction. It's very difficult, especially because you have all these other sounds kind of like starting to emanate from stuff. And you're not able to really localize those ones. This almost has that same kind of ethereal quality to it, but unlike the other ones where you can't at all, because these are so distinct, you're able to like swing your attention to like that came from this direction. Versus like the talking and the hoofbeats that kind of just felt like the city. This was the west side of the city. And now you're hearing one basically 90 degrees at the east side of the city.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Sorry, I think vice versa. The first one was east, the second one's west. Either way, they're straight across.
After the second boom and and everybody starts to take off in that direction, Quetzal will look at Gideon and say, "I don't know, kids. Should we go with them?
Roderick's with them. They'll be fine.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Okay.
Do I have anything that'll help me with this?
As I'm running, I'm trying to discern what it could be that is making this kind of explosion noise.
The aftershocks of that explosion, not only noise but also feeling, because you can actually kind of like feel it through the ground itself too. It sounds very much so like you would expect a building to be crumbling. So it doesn't necessarily sound like, like a fireball. It doesn't sound like, something that's liquid. It doesn't sound like any of that stuff. It sounds like a thunder and then the crumbling of stone.
When we were walking in the general direction we were heading towards for the first one, was there a building that was taken down?
Not that you had seen by the time you changed directions.
No, I'm saying, but like when we were coming into town, did we come in? Which direction did we come in from?
So I drew it the wrong direction because I was watching myself mirror it. Haha, bad idea. So you guys came in from the north. You guys came in from the north,
Mm-hmm.
and that house that you saw was pretty quickly up here on the northern side. When you came out of the house, the first one that you heard was to the east, and so you ran towards the east.
Okay.
But you were interrupted and changed directions to go towards the second. On your way towards the sound here, you would have seen other buildings that had been destroyed in similar fashions to what we had established with what was consistent with the town, but nothing that seemed new, dustless, or anything like that.
Okay.
You did not reach the end of the city.
No,
you
no.
didn't reach where the wall was.
Oh, I know. In between the far one and this one, was there another building that we know of that went down?
You guys had not passed any buildings that had crumbled in their entirety. However, there were many that were partially.
Are they near or on the way to the second explosion?
You asked whether or not you had passed them on the way to the first one.
I'm talking about when we initially walked into the town.
Right. Which was just a couple rows until you got to her house. You really didn't pass a whole lot of the town. Her little keep's up at the north side. You guys entered from the north side because you flew from the north.
Okay. All right, so then, being that I don't know of anything else of the town, then I head towards the second one then.
Cool?
Cool.
Cool? Right.
Cool.
I was just trying to figure out if I can anticipate where the next one's going to be.
Sure. As you pass through, you guys probably realize that you're just about dead center in the town. There's like this small, like a what's what I'm looking for? Like a town square, almost. Except it's not a square; it's a circle. In that circle, there is a crumbled fountain that's been dried, but it has like the depiction of a stag in the same type of deity you saw before. So unlike a normal stag, which has a limit to the number of dividends on its antlers, this one has many, almost very tree-like. And then next to that stag is a male who's very tall. He's bearded, looks like a woodsman almost in the statue. And he's got the very stereotypical embodiment of like a leather armor depiction, as well as a bow and arrow depiction. There's a small, like what used to be a tag on that fountain as well too. And from the fountain, there is like this like where there used to be water, there is now a haze. And so from the stag's back, you see a haze of like this turquoisey blue shimmer. You can see that it waterfalls into the basin of the fountain, and then it waterfalls out and over the edges of the fountain. And it's creeping like a mist, and it has reached several places, but you can see on the steps of the houses that are in the closest circumference, so you guys are like in an alleyway to it, the houses that have been touched by this almost look like they have a turquoise outline. And from there, I will have you roll perceptions.
All right. Come here, perception.
Oh, 12.
Let's see here. Oh yeah.
6 plus 6.
Oh yeah.
I'll take a 26. That ain't bad.
11.
Yes.
Kronk's gut, dude. Kronk's
Kronk's
is
gut,
good.
dude.
Him.
Kronk's
right.
gut is always good.
Did you want to roll perception for Roderick?
You just did 25.
Oh, my bad.
It just came up.
Yep.
I can't. Oh, yeah, that's right, because I don't have Roll20 open. I have to wait for it to show up on Steven's stream on my TV. Haha, sorry.
Oh, is that how that's working? All right,
That's
cool.
how that's working. Because I got you guys
Cool.
on here. I've got my notes here, and then he's up there. So those Roderick, who can see it but probably not do anything, and then we've got Kronk. You can see that the damage of the buildings that this mist is touching seem to almost be like fixed via this turquoisey green outline. So where, like, if it had a crumbled corner, the outline continues as though it was a normal building, and there's almost like a false corner to it, and then it drops. So it almost seems like you're seeing a silhouette of the old building.
Oh,
Does
that's
that make
cool. Yeah, that's super cool. So with that, I get unlimited detect magic. I will focus my detect magic on the stag statue, see if I can't figure out what exactly this is, what this mist is that we're seeing. See if it's a magical effect or something like that.
Yeah, so the thing is, I don't know if there's actually a Pathfinder thing for it. It was a homebrew tactic.
Sure.
It is a supernatural ability.
Okay.
And it is distinctly linked with time and space.
Ooh.
So rather than it
okay.
being reparative, rather than it being totally just a visual, it is though you are seeing a kind of like a mashup of what it would look like for time and space to have changed that building.
Oh, neat. All right, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so Kronk is just like, oh, just very much enamored by this, but says, my friends, this does not appear to be magic. We seem to be looking at these buildings as though time touched them or didn't touch them, or how things may have been. I don't know. I only have a 10 intelligence, so I may not be explaining myself well, but this is how I understand it from the stories of other skalds. I'm just bullshitting you. This is what I think is happening.
I'm just bullshitting you, he says.
I'm just bullshitting you right now.
I'm drunk.
No, he's used to drinking mead. He's totally fine. It's like I drink this shit like water. What are you talking about? But yes,
You know
this
what?
is.
I used to drink more of this when I had scales. I can drink only a little bit now that my body has this level of blood.
I've learned how to moderate.
Haven't we all, Kronk? Haven't we all?
I'm with Kronk. I think this is timey-wimey things.
Oh
We've
my
got some
god.
wibbly wobbly, tiny whiny shit going on. Look around for a man in a blue box. I've heard tales of him through the records of my people.
Trick will just go over to one of the time reconstructed building holes, and he's just gonna stand in front of it and like try to touch it.
Your hand goes through
Yes, touch it. Touch it. Touch it.
He's
Hand
gonna
goes through
keep
it.
touching it until it's broken. Like, be broken. So like,
Okay,
Touch
well,
it.
he's gonna keep. Okay.
yeah,
That's
'cause
fine.
he's not smart.
That's
Like, wall not there, wall there, wall not there, wall there.
The longer that you guys stand there, the more that you see that this mist is kind of like becoming more dense. So at first it was like this really light, and you can see kind of like the edge outline of it. But then the longer you guys are there, the more it actually becomes like a physical substance. And as it becomes a substance, you can actually see it almost like form these tentacle like links to the buildings, almost as if it was like it looked like it's flowing out, but at the same time, it almost looks like it was been draped over everything. So at first, it looked like it was coming from the stag's back, right? But now, the more you look, it looks like it was something that had dropped. And so it was over the stag's back, it's over the edges of this fountain, but then as it comes to the building, it like arcs back up to form those more solid pieces. As you see that, you can see small little like swirls, almost like the air was disturbed in certain places. And you'll notice that some of the sounds that you're hearing with, you know, horses being agitated or with people that are talking a little bit louder or armor clinking. In fact, there's actually one really almost very distinct voice of what sounds to be like a captain or a guard captain, trying to calm his horse down in a spot that's very close to where you guys are in this center. And what you see is you see kind of like this cloud that's been swirled up, almost like a little, like a dust devil almost. And within that cloud, roll perceptions.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do this great.
Perception.
Oh yeah, awesome.
I guess I'll allow Roderick's perception to stay and Croc's perception to stay, unless you get higher.
Oh, sweet. No, I didn't get higher, so yeah, I'll take that 26, please. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I got lower. I got 11 this time.
All right.
9.
I did better.
All right. So Kronk and Roderick both see. It almost seems like you can see that outline of a guard on. Hey, there you go. It almost seems like you can see that outline of an armored horse. It's very faint, but it's starting to not just be buildings. It's starting to potentially manifest in more ways. And so you're getting sounds, and now you can see kind of where the sounds are coming from.
Kronk is going to walk up to the armored horse and attempt to interact with it, like Roderick tried to interact with the building.
Very quickly, what you notice is that the horse itself is turned in a circle a couple of times. It rears. The guard on top of it doesn't seem to be too fazed by what the horse is doing, but you can hear in his voice that he's concerned. And you hear him as though he's responding to someone that you can't see, saying that, yes, I'm on it. And he takes his horse, and that little dust devil almost dies down a little bit as it moves across the that opening, across like the city, like the town square, and then out the other side to where you first saw that strange outline of that building.
Oh, interesting.
So
okay.
he's taking off, notably in the direction you heard the second boom.
Ooh.
Me not really
Fellows!
seeing any outline, I just start waving my hand at the fog.
You
around.
definitely do still see that little dust devil thing. So like
Right.
you
So
can
I'm
tell
just,
that
I'm
it's whisked
swinging
up.
like I'm just waving my hand to kind of like try to clear the fog away because it's just kind of like foggy and smoky to me.
It's just
I'm trying to
bothering.
see-
Just
It's
bothering.
very low to the ground, so it's
Okay.
actually really only like thigh level or lower.
Okay.
You're kicking it. You're gonna kick it out of the way.
Yeah.
Kronk will say as he moves off to follow this, what he's gonna call the spectral horse. Everyone, the horse and guard rider appear to be heading towards the second explosion we heard. I'm going to follow it heroically, and we'll move off, playing like a jaunty war drumming song, so that if anybody decides to follow him, they can at least hear which way he's going.
Oh, I'm absolutely following Kronk.
So,
Trust the gut.
so
You
this
see,
is
when you do that, all I think of you is clanking 2 coconut shells together.
You know that's what he's doing. I mean, I say it's a
The
word
nice
drum,
one where
but
you like
really,
feed it the 2 edges.
so. At this point, there's
That's
more
exactly how it
noise
works.
and more booms and coming from outside, and like I'll look at Gideon and be like, what is going on out there?
I'm sure we'd have had this conversation. What languages do you speak?
Oh, not as many as you do, but
Which is why I asked what ones you spoke.
I definitely speak common and bad common. According to my thing, I speak common, elven, and ostensibly draconic.
Okay. I'm gonna get pretty far away from the door. And I'm gonna whisper in Draconic. And at this point, I'm gonna roll a knowledge history.
Okay.
How long ago did the space dragons fuck off?
Space dragons fucked off
200 years ago.
at the before the end of the war. So a good 30 to 40 years before the war ended.
And the war ended 50 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, so it's well before this happened.
Yeah.
What?
Spaceman.
Why would the what are they actually called? I know they're not space dragons. Void dragons?
They're like astral.
Astral dragons? Okay.
Let me grab it actually. Outer dragons, thank you.
What would the
dragon.
what would trigger the outer dragons to attack almost 100 years after they'd left?
Well,
And why wouldn't they have notified us?
Gideon, life on the plains is weird, and you can't spell astral dragon without ass. Some of them are just asses.
The ones I met are. But it's just they would have said something, you'd think. They wouldn't just go attacking towns. And this is not
Did you
a
roll
war
your
tactic.
knowledge history? Did you want to roll that?
Yeah, 4. I will. I mean, I already rolled it for when they left, but do you want me to extend it?
Or what did you roll it for?
I got a 12 for when they left. If it extends to when it attacks, that's fine. Or to this attack, it's fine.
Okay. Well, what I can do is because I don't have that your roll showed up yet
Oh, okay.
on the thing, so I don't know if you had just done it. But I
rolled a
behind.
12 originally, so.
Um,
But on my new roll for like, I guess not, that's the wrong one. For like their I got a 17 for like, would they just attack a random town? And was this kind of shit the thing we did? Like, we didn't just murder whole towns, right?
So, what you've come across, no pun intended, because I know there are void dragons. You have come across a notable void in dragon history where there is very minimal writings on the subject.
Interesting. So towards
So-
the end of the war, we stopped keeping records.
Notably, there are still records. There's not a lot of records on the Outer Dragons.
Right. Okay.
You know
well,
a
I mean,
couple
they
of
fucked
notable.
off,
You know
but
a
yeah.
couple of notable names. From when they were involved in the war before they had deserted, and you know that they were fairly aggressive dragons.
Okay.
But to your knowledge, they were no more aggressive than Auburn Fury.
Did the humans steal like some of the children or anything of the outer dragons that might have? Is this a dragon prince situation?
Are you asking me, or
trying
are
to
you
understand.
rolling to figure it out, or are you asking?
Oh, Quetzal doesn't know anything from anything.
Is
Let's see what Quetzal knows.
this just seems like more of an evil dragon tactic than an outer dragon tactic?
Well, what is evil anyway?
Attacking women and children in their homes while they sleep. He said, like, without hesitation.
Yeah. Sounds like certain raids up the coast, but we never attacked women and children. We would always give them a chance to join us if they wished. Sorry, I'm not there. Please continue. I'm chasing the spectral horse with my coconuts.
Frog is like, I vaguely feel as though I'm hearing a conversation. It must be in my own head. Here's my response.
It's just in my. I'm just gonna move.
Yeah, it was war. I don't think that we can apply, like the morality of war is gray at best. I mean,
No, it's not.
I
There are combatants and there are non-combatants.
It is not lost on Gideon, however, though, because he's actually the product of one of the biggest affronts that happened against the dragons, which was they had used a poison to prevent the eggs from hatching.
Yeah.
So it's not lost on him that shady tactics were used.
Right.
But before any of this, there's no record of the dragons being anything but upstanding and noble in their cause.
Right.
Distinctly because it's history, right? Why write yourselves as the bad guys?
Yeah. But it just doesn't make sense that...
As the great dragon historian Winstone Churchill said, history will treat him favorably because he will write it.
Fair.
I'm back.
And we've... I guess we'll have to see what the human histories say.
Well, would you? It seems like there's some sort of historical reenactment. You're probably able to see it from Roderick's eyes, but would you like to go see it with your own fleshy bits?
I'm useless
Sorry.
out there.
No. You are there. Your plucky moral support. Don't call yourself useless.
You can go ahead.
Notably,
I'm gonna keep.
Notably, the second explosion is close enough that if when you hear it and you leave, you will get towards the second explosion relatively at the same time.
Come, Gideon. Let's take this opportunity to rejoin our split party.
He says
For
you go.
role-playing reasons.
I don't want to abandon. What's her name?
the very safe Anna.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to abandon Anna.
She's very safe. Zeke, you're taking care of Anna, right?
Zeke's snoring in the fireplace.
Yes. See, there you go.
Go ahead. I'll be fine. I can help you from here.
Okay. So at the second boom, Quetzal will.
I'm only not going to
eventually
keep
end up-
track of this for now. But like,
Yeah.
isn't there a limit on how far you can interact with your summoned?
A mile.
Is that
Wow,
right?
that's good to know.
Yeah, it's pretty far. Like, I can't cast spells on him
Kelly-
from this distance, but he's more useful in combat than I am.
Kelly starts to draw out the scale of the little circle. It says 1 mile.
Right.
And you're done.
I'm not that mean.
he just topples over.
So Quetzal
When
will
it
eventually.
deactivates, it's like the.
He can go on for as far as away from me as he can get while I remain conscious, but I lose the ability to control anything he does once he gets outside of a mile.
No.
Did I read that wrong?
Once he gets outside of a mile, if you can't control him, a summon isn't a summon. He just kind of falls apart, doesn't he?
Yeah, but this isn't a summon. It's different.
Either way, we're just doing flavor stuff now.
Yeah.
If it comes into play, we'll pull it up. But I was just curious for like future stuff.
I could have read it wrong, so I'll go look.
It's in the dragon chat when you get a chance.
So we got Gideon at the house, taking his peeksies, and then as you guys are gonna cross this center town, yeah, all this the horse, yeah,
A horse. I have
All I
my
heard
coconuts
was-
ready to go.
horse. Okay. So as you guys are following it, it becomes more and more clear to those of you that had the lower perception rolls that really like that like that paste that you get to like fill in cracks and shit with your drywall. It's like that, but it's this like mist, and so it's filling out these spots of wear and tear on these houses. What it's accidentally kind of doing, and you can see it, is it kind of highlights all of those like claw marks that you guys had been seeing that have been really hidden by shadows and night, and now they're fluorescing into like this bright turquoise streaks, and you see like these deep gouges on tops of these buildings, and you see where like the top of the building had been there before, and it's got like this fill-in of this turquoise like spectral kind of entity. The voices that you're hearing are getting more and more roused as well too. So you're still hearing shouting, it's getting louder, it's getting more clear as well too. And you can hear stuff like arm the ballistas and sound the alarms and wake up, we need to get to the safe houses and all this other stuff. So like and you can hear like the panic starting to ramp up in their voices. And as you hear this cacophony of like male voices, you're now starting to hear the emergence of female voices and of children's voices. And they are panicked. And they are, there's nonsensical things that are coming out. You have children that are crying, just, moms and dads, just wailing. The thing is, it's almost drowned out by the sounds of the cacophony of hoofbeats with metal clanging, with horses, and you can hear the hoofbeats now galloping down streets. You can almost, if you listen closely enough, hear like the whooshing of like flames. And as you see on like the sides of the buildings where there were these old kind of like wooden porches that hadn't been lit, they're lit with this turquoise fire now. Mm-hmm. So you just see them start to line up all the way down the road. So as you guys are proceeding down this alleyway, it's becoming more and more vibrant.
Oh damn.
So as the spectral display becomes more real, is Quetzal able to determine once and for all? I mean, they've already kind of determined that this is some sort of timey-wimey stuff, but this is the first time Quetzal's actually seeing it. Can Quetzal determine whether or not this is a like the type of a spiritual haunt energy, or if it's just like a window through time? I can do a religion check if that helps, or
Because it's homebrew
Spellcraft.
supernaturally stuff,
yeah.
would you be able to read to me what you think the difference is, and I will tell you which of the two?
So timey-wimey stuff would be kind of an arcana, like an innate property of some sort of plane. So that would be like an arcana type of a thing, or nature if it's something about the fabric of nature. If it is like a manifestation of like a lot of
see.
people died here.
So
then
you're
that would
gonna
be religion.
have, it's gonna be the first of the two.
Okay.
So
So
it's going to be an element of what is physically there, not necessarily going to be a representation of something existing in two different places.
Okay. So Quetzal will run down and say, I don't think that this is a haunt, Siegfried. And then I'll hold up my hands and say, I'm real. I'm not a part of this.
He says as he literally like joins in.
Right. Because I have a hella high perception, so I would probably hear Kronk's coconuts banging together.
That's fair. If you rolled it, I can't see it because
I did not
it hasn't
roll
loaded
it.
yet.
I can roll it.
That's
though.
all right. It's fine. I'm not worried about that. You'd have to roll real low to like miss them.
Kronk is not trying to be subtle.
Nope. Kronk does not do subtle.
So I rolled a 16 to hear Kronk's coconuts.
Take the lime with
Sounds
the
fair.
coconuts.
Go together.
And I'll tell them Gideon is still back at the house, keeping watch over over Anna. But do you think that could we step through one of these? I'm just gonna call them time buttholes for the purposes of our interaction with them. What do you think, Kronk?
As far as what, the time buttholes?
Yes, can we step through one of these and perhaps affect the outcome of this? Can we defend those children that died so long ago and maybe restore a wrong that was done here?
I don't know, but I'm willing to find out in the name of adventure.
Yes, I too have had a lot to drink tonight. I would also step through one of these rifts in space time. What do you think, Siegfried?
Without
Once
no.
more into the breach.
While you guys are chatting, Hey You just jumps in.
Nice.
Oh God.
So hey, you finds the
Roll a d6.
Roll a
D6.
the
d6.
closest rift of turquoise energy and just jumps into it.
I'm waiting for it to be like
Five.
a wall that's solid.
Five.
I think that I saw a roadrunner running off that way.
Depending on what you want to jump in, you roll a 5. You pass through it. You do not seem to enter any different dimension. You take yourself and you go to, I don't know, like a door. So like say one of the doors had been pulled off of the house and it is now replaced by one of these turquoise doors. You go into the turquoise door, nothing happens. You turn around, you can still see your friends through the turquoise door.
Can we see him though?
And you can see him.
Okay.
Again,
I thought
it's
that'd
like
be a lot more climactic.
It's a.
Hey, you drunkenly
I mean, it would've been
eats
pretty funny
himself
if
through
you
the
had rolled a
portal.
1.
Oh no, I don't want to know what would have happened if he'd rolled a 1. It's not great. It's not great.
It would have been fine. Kronk would have had a good time. Kronk would have been very
yeah.
satiated, I think. I think Kretzel would have also been very satiated.
Oh, sweet. I like that.
Do I?
So,
So with the more manifestation that's going on right now, do I and still no evil sensed?
so you were getting closer to the sound of the explosion, yes, but
Yes.
you had gotten derailed as Hey You decides that he wants to walk headfirst into one of the doors. So, depending on if you are continuing to walk and you don't care what he's doing.
Once I know
Or-
he's not dead, I'm still going.
Okay. I just need a show of hands. who's waiting to go through the doors, who is see him go through the doors, and they continue to go towards the sound.
Oh,
I'm head first into the doors, man.
All right, do you want to roll yours? Anyone who tries to go through the door, roll your d6.
I'm excited
While
for
they're-
this.
While they're rolling, anytime like they're just standing around, the Eidolon will walk up to like a wall and just start poking it because it doesn't understand what's going on there. But if they
Aw.
move or walk away, he follows them.
Aww.
Oh no, Travis and I both rolled 2s. Let's see what happens.
You-
This is the adventures of Quetzal and Kronk.
And this is when it becomes The Fly, the
So-
1980s thriller where you two merge into one being.
Oh, shit.
So,
Oh no.
it's fine. It's fine. I stole this rule from something that actually exists, and it's fine. So
That doesn't make me
you
feel any
guys
better.
both-
But go ahead.
you guys both at the same time go trying to fly through this door that Hey You had just totally passed right through,
Uh-huh.
and I'm gonna have you roll a reflex.
Oh, all right, awesome. All right, so
God.
this is reflex save. Submit. 9. That ain't so good.
That's great.
That's. Oh no, my worst save. It's fine. I can take it. No, I can't.
Ow,
They
my
both
face.
rolled 9.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh.
I-
no.
I'm starting to think the married couple is fudging their dice.
Wait, you know what? I wouldn't blame you.
Roll 20. So, okay. So what
That's
happens
hilarious.
is you guys
Oh my
are
God.
so just like convinced he passed through this door, right? So you're like, all right, well, we're gonna go through this door too. Immediate Matt, you guys run headfirst into what feels like a normal fucking wooden door, and your reflex save was to see whether or not you fell on your ass. So y'all both fell on your ass, and so long as neither of you have anything sharp out, you are fine.
Oh,
No,
Hey You is
I,
laughing. I am
that's
dying.
hilarious.
Jesus.
Yeah, 6'7" Kronk falls on his ass, and it is a
All
long
I
trip
see
down.
is like the drum comes spilling out, and then the two drumsticks fly up in the air, and then just put them.
What's the sound of a drum and 2 cymbals falling off a cliff? But
let's never speak of this again. Let's go to the
Agreed.
boom.
I
we
walk.
will. Kronk will pick himself up off the ground and gather his drums and dust himself off and goes, forward!
So on further investigation,
It's
if
a
you were
door.
to lay your hand against this door, you can almost see like flickers where it ends up being solid in some places and then not so solid in others. Overall,
Oh, weird.
the hue of it is still that kind of turquoisey, like not really there, not really not. But it's
It's a new black.
phasing. You can see it's like, so what your inference is that when Hey You had tried to go through it, it was in a phasing out, and by the time you guys had tried to do it, it was in the middle of a phase in flicker.
It's a new black.
All right, boys.
Nice.
Start jumping in and out till you get a 1.
It was it's stolen from a monster that I had to fight ages ago that has like those little spectral dog things where you had to roll to hit and then you had to roll a 50% chance of missing. So it was a 50% chance of getting whomped by the door and a 50% chance of not getting whomped by the door. So
All right, boys.
better rules
Start
than me.
jumping in and out until you phase.
but essentially all you have to do to get out is just lean against it and then it'll let you fall forward.
Yeah, I walk out of the building as soon as it lets me out, and I continue to follow behind Sig towards the explosion.
Sounds fair. The three of you that partook
You were
in
much
that
brighter for a second, Sig.
Right?
Use the holy lamp.
We gain valuable experience.
Yeah, well, so what you're seeing is as you guys are looking at kind of like these highlights of the buildings, you're seeing the other ones phase in and out as well too. So where it used to be kind of like this outline that had filled in the cracks of where these buildings used to be, you can actually see some of it like take shape, fade away, take shape, fade away. Like it's not really certain whether or not it's going to be there, but it's also not super certain where it's going to leave as well too. And so as you guys are heading towards the second sound, you feel again an explosion. This time, however, there's two parts to it. They're both behind you, and they both are a little quieter than the ones that you had seen before. In which case I will allow if you guys want to change directions, you're certainly welcome to change directions. But if you want to make any type of gut check, then you can certainly make a gut check of do you stay in the same direction or do you turn around?
You know what? I'm gonna trust Kronk's gut. Let's make us a gut check. So that is.
Sorry,
have to...
I don't see hand raises very fast.
It's okay. I was just waiting for an opportunity. Gideon will suddenly have this mental realization, and he's gonna just start pounding on the door to try to get her attention.
Oh, nice.
Like frantically pounding on the door, trying to get her attention, because he needs to ask her something.
Okay.
Actually, no, wait. He knows that the little thing. He's gonna run down and just start trying to wake up the little sleeping fire demon.
Zeke wakes up. He says,
Hey,
what?
did this village have a wizard or a magic user of some sort?
Probably ages ago. Why?
Where did he live?
I don't know. I don't really think he lived in the village.
Was there like a vendor who would sell things like special scrolls or anything like that?
All that stuff's long gone.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, those passerbys recently, they kind of cleaned this out.
Okay. I was wondering. It's a really like barely useful spell, but in a case like this, it would come in super handy. I don't think. I don't think he would have it. I'd just start running out of the building. I'm gonna go try to find Travis.
Zeke will follow over you, like hover behind your shoulder.
Yep.
That's awesome.
I can just picture this little gnome running through the town.
Got a little knobby. Orange knobby.
Hey, listen.
Hey, what are you doing? Where are you going?
Listen.
I told you not to go out. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Famous last words.
Kronk rolled an 11 on their gut check.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So Kronk's gut. Do you guys care if I give Kronk just an amazing gut? Like, just give him a bunch of bonuses to this? So unless she rolls like shit.
I already told you I'm following Kronk's gut. Hey, you in for it.
Are you guys okay? Like, if I do that, I mean, I like it, but like, if you guys are like, that's not where the rolls are supposed to go, Kelly, then I'll fully stop.
None of us.
I think the DM.
We're all playing Calvin Ball here.
Yeah, this is all Calvin Ball, man.
Yeah, I think the DM or the GM prefix or suffix is behind you. So.
Yeah. You do what you want.
You know, right? But if
hey,
you. If it's a rule that makes people mad, I will stop. I will stop so fast. But let me just tell you what, Kronk hears those explosions. Those explosions weren't as loud as that first one. You know, they weren't as loud as that second one. That second one was the loudest explosion of the four. Why would you turn around, Kronk?
That's right. Why would Kronk turn around? Kronk, you know what? Turn around is for people that don't want to go straight into the maw of adventure. So Kronk is going to go, no, we must go towards that second explosion. It was the loudest of all of them. This way. And he will just start running off towards the loudest explosion, the second explosion.
Let's go.
Coconuts are going. War drama playing. Brrr.
Speaking of drama, though, I actually have to take a pee break. So I don't know if anyone else is okay with that. 5 seconds.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Army.
Take a break.
Quick, put up the intermission sign.
I actually don't have it loaded. I'm gonna add it right now.
35 minutes of ads.
Oh my god.
Go.
Oh god.
That's a starting soon. That is not an intermission.
Yeah, I know. I'm duplicating it so I can make my life easier. I'm cheating. I'm cheating right now.
There, Sam was holding so perfectly still, I wasn't sure if it was him or the pillow.
Dude, that pillow gets me sometimes. I'll walk into the living room and I'm like, Sam. Oh,
Not Sam.
not Sam.
Not
I get
Sam.
disappointed every time. I'm like, Sam. Oh. But then, like, when we're on the couch chilling and like watching anime or something, and Sam is being all cuddly with Kelly, I'll just be like, fine, I got my own Sam, and I'll cuddle with the pillow.
Fine then. Fine
That
then.
pillow was the best money I ever spent on a gift.
Heck yeah, that's my Sam. That's my Sam when we're on the couch.
Nice.
Unless I have my state blanket like sprawled out, because Sam like inexplicably loves that blanket. Hey, there you go.
Because he gets to rub his ass on Michigan State, which is always a good thing.
He actually doesn't care what side it's on. It's Michigan State on one side and like music notes on another. And X made it's one of those tie blankets, and X made it for me literally like 9-10 years ago. I just haven't gotten rid of it because it's a great like side blanket.
Oh,
All right, guys. We're gonna be right back. Kelly's running to the bathroom. Other people are running to the bathroom. I'm gonna just throw up some music real quickly while I run to the bathroom. And yeah, let's do this song. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's do this right. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this right. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, this'll work. I don't know if you can actually use this or not. Oh my god. Probably gonna get hit for all this. Here we go. High quality, royalty free elevator music. Alright guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
All right, you mother. We're back. At least I am. All right, let me get back in.
The thing. Oh. Where's my Discord? Discord.
That's why I'm looking for
Four are the only dice you can't lose.
Where's that? Dragon time. There we go.
I misplaced them until you step on them.
Exactly. You misplace them until you center of your foot.
Oh, and that's why. That's what I'm trying to avoid right now. I'm like,
So-
I don't want that.
Kelly, just out of character here, like, are we? How is our investigation going? Are we just not? Are we not
Oh, we're
asking the
bubbling
right
from everything.
questions? Are we messing up everything by turning left when we should turn right?
I
Okay.
wouldn't have Kronk's gut steer you wrong unless it
Oh,
was
excellent.
intentionally wrong.
Kronk or bust.
Kronk
That's what-
or bust.
Remember,
How
remember
many,
some.
How many t-shirts?
If always get the
Kronk-
right answer, it's just gonna be how right is the answer.
Yes. That is
Nice.
absolutely true.
Or when it was right last.
good that-
Opinions may have changed, but not the fact that Kronk was right.
At some point, Kronk was right.
Gronk was right about what his gut was telling him.
I have to write that down. Opinions may have changed, but it doesn't change the fact that Kronk was right.
Yes.
I like that, Nick. That was good.
Oh, this sounds disgusting. Dairy-free trout dip.
Oh, ew. Ew.
Actually, that sounds pretty good.
looking
Put
up.
it on a Ritz cracker. That sounds pretty
Hey,
damn.
I mean,
how do
it
you think
sounds
Kronk's gut would
good
handle it?
until I realized it's probably blended trout.
Well, yeah.
my ass. That's
Not blended.
cheese on a cracker.
Not blended, shredded. You'd like tuna.
Oh, okay. I'll take shredded. That's fine.
Like
Minty
when you say
lime.
when you say trout dip, I think of like a tuna.
It kind of looks like a tuna salad. It is almond puree and smoked trout. So you take a bunch of almonds and you puree it into like the mayonnaise, quote unquote, and then you
Almond butter.
you almond butter some smoked trout and
That sounds amazing.
add onions and salt and pepper.
That sounds amazing. Throw that on some
No,
ice
no,
cream.
Feel
no,
about
no, no, no,
and you
nuts
get a
with
really nice
fish.
dessert. Like that sounds awesome.
I'll stick to lemon on my fish.
No, you know what is good though? Going to the store, getting some smoked oysters, throwing those onto some saltine crackers, and putting red hot on top of that. That is a fantastic snack. I hear myself talking in Sig's,
I don't
and it's
hear.
throwing me off.
Oh yeah, I have that muted. I have the stream.
I
muted.
Yeah, ditto.
I just had to
Oh, the
mute it.
stream
Yeah.
muted. Oh, I was
Yeah,
like,
I
I
Yeah,
just
me
hear
too.
anything.
No, I hear it in the stream, and like it was like an echo, and it was
There's
seriously
fireworks,
throwing me
Sam.
off.
What do you think about that?
Yay, fireworks.
Oh,
Yep.
there was fire
You know,
trucks.
we
Yeah,
have
we got a bunch around here
we
too.
have a
America.
mutual understanding for what fireworks mean, though. So
Marshmallows.
More
Oh.
treats.
more treats.
More treats.
At
Yay!
the start of this weekend, there were significantly more fingers in this country than there will be at the end of this weekend.
Statistically, yeah.
It depends on childbirthing.
Nobody's
pretty
having kids
consistent,
anymore.
actually.
I'd say that's careful.
Spare a
Child-
tear for the
child
unborn.
birth to
Our number was
childbirth
saved
to,
because
like,
we had
low
6
child
more
rates.
children.
Have been pretty consistent within the past few years. Like it's plateauing out. It spiked between I think it was between the 40s and the 2000s. It spiked heavily, but in the 2000s it's plateaued pretty routinely. Birth to
Oh,
death
this is-
ratios.
This is not great. Ranch
Travis,
Fun Dip.
what
You
are you
remember
looking
Fun
at?
Dip with Licka Sticks?
Yes.
Oh,
What are
God.
you looking at?
What are you?
I seriously cannot find this fucking D4, and that is, that's worrying me.
Oh God.
Oh, I'm curious. I want to know what he's looking at too.
Yeah.
I just
Travis,
shared
what
my
are you-
screen. So I'm
Where-
looking at
Eating it.
healthy-ish. These are 4th of July recipes. And I'm like, I don't like this at all.
Wait, I
Oh,
can't see you
actually-
sharing your screen.
Actually,
It's on Discord. If you tile the screen,
Oh, there
it's
we
a
go.
second screen. Yeah.
There we go. Watch screen. Gotcha. What the fuck?
Actually,
Fun dip.
with some cucumbers or
What
some
the
like
hell is wrong with you
carrot
guys?
sticks, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Isn't that just a
I love
freaking
food.
radish?
Holy
I
shit.
think that's what
Yeah,
it is.
that's a
Just somebody
radish
taking
with ranch dip on it, like just a raw ass radish.
Hey,
I'm
here's
okay
a
with that
radish.
too.
I
Oh,
like a marinated radish. I don't like a raw radish.
I prefer a
I like
marinated
food,
radish.
so like this is just making me
Oh
hungry.
my god. What is wrong with you people?
This looks good.
Healthy-ish.
Healthy-ish chicken salad.
That looks
Picnic
Now-
tomato. There you go.
That picnic tomatoes actually looks pretty good.
Yeah. We get caught up into looking at these
that looks
extra
like the
juicy
nasty
burgers.
no, that looks like the nasty burger from SpongeBob. Like
The bubble bass burger. No, wait,
No,
that
that-
was
This has no mise en
the
place.
super
This is
the
just a
super
bunch of
spoiled like
sliced shit thrown together. I don't like this at all.
Hey, I have a question about EMT shit.
Oh,
Ooh.
If you diagnose things as, for hands, fractures, sprains, contusions, lacerations, and other means finger gone, right?
Other can mean anything. Like crushing, like partially severed, like anything that's not part of the original
stuck in a
thing that
Chinese
you have.
finger
It's the anytime they put an other on any of our stuff, it's always the catch-all of, like, I have pain not otherwise classified as one of my options I can always choose, just in case one of the options they have isn't there.
Okay. I just was assuming that meant 600 lost fingers.
No, it could literally just mean like
your fingers hanging off.
it could be partially removed, fully removed, it could be burned, it could be scorched, it could just be pain but no actual damage.
Okay.
Bruised.
Yeah,
All
bruising,
right,
stuff
figured
like
I
that.
would ask.
You guys want to see some bladder stones?
Ooh, always.
Actually,
no.
All right, well then, don't look at my screen.
Oh,
God
nice.
damn. Oh my god, those are huge.
Tell me those were in a horse.
That's a potato.
A potato flew around.
Dog,
my
I would
room.
assume.
So the biggest thing it could possibly come out of was a Great Dane. But I would bet you that's probably a lab. I don't know. I have no idea what it is.
It's a
Let me see if
potato.
someone's posted what it was.
Someone played a trick on you. That's an actual potato.
It's definitely not a potato.
It's too crunchy for a potato.
You can cook that shit up, make a potato salad out of it for tomorrow.
Don't like it.
Yummy. I want potato salad now.
Those are.
Bring me the potato salad of goodness.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
That's the one thing I'm waiting for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day of reckoning when it comes to who's gonna make awesome salads.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I need to get my mom's potato salad recipe. That shit is bang.
Okay, so back to running at the second
So,
explosion.
Running at some explosions.
Running at explosion.
Running at explosions. Because Kronk's gut told you to.
Well, I was already
Yes,
running.
we are running at the loudest explosion, as a
Kronk
matter of
says,
fact.
why would you run towards any quiet explosions if the loudest one is over here?
Yes,
Oh, guys.
the loudest one.
Loudest. Yeah. So as you guys are running through this, you're seeing that, like, what we said before is there's the sides are actually starting to almost seem like they're materializing. They're becoming less see-through and having that kind of like phasing in and phasing out. One of the things that you're noticing is that the like, for those of you who hadn't seen the spectrum of the guy on the horse, you're starting to see figures start to haze in and out of perception as well too. Notably with the figures, they don't seem like they are coming in as clearly as the stationary objects. The stationary objects seem as though they're more concrete. And the figures, they're blurred, so you can't really see faces. You can kind of see like shapes. So like you can tell if someone's tall, you can tell if someone's short, you can tell if someone's stocky or if they're thin. What you're seeing is like in the doorways, that have the translucent doors. You can see figures inside as well too. You can see them even in the windows and things like that. And what you notice is they're all kind of coming into the alleyway. So one of the things that may startle one of your characters if you're not expecting it is like one of the spectral doors swings open, and there's no actual door there. In fact, you can see where the actual door had kind of fallen by the stoop off of its hinges, but the spectral door swings wide open, and there's two figures there. One of a a taller woman, and one of obviously a child. Their silhouettes are kind of masked, like almost like the child's wearing a blanket, and same with the mother or woman. But you can see like this is a common theme, and it's happening all the way down the street. At the end of the street, you can see that there's two streams of these figures. There's a stream going to the left at the end, and a stream going to the right at the end. Sam's following my finger, like, where's it going? All of the figures that are going to the left seem to be on horseback or armed. All the figures that are going to the right are not armed, no horses, and some are carrying bags.
I mean, Kronk's going to want to follow the horsebacky ones because, I like hoofs. I like the sound it makes. Exactly. Just like that.
Yep. Oh, did you guys hear that one?
Yep.
We got fireworks going on.
Yeah, I have them going on in my background
Dustin,
too.
Dustin, you're literally downstairs. I would hope that you hear them. I meant these guys
Nope.
over microphone.
No
Yeah, we
problem.
did hear
He is pretty oblivious, though.
Cannot hear it.
it.
So yeah, we'll follow Kronk. Kronk's gut is we've determined that Kronk is our new leader. Sorry,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know how
Um,
this happened.
Well, I'm breaking from them then.
Oh no, you're going after the women and children.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll say Quetzal will say
Because in
Siegfried.
my mind, just so the GM knows my logic, the soldiers died fighting. These are innocent children and women and elderly and stuff like that. If
but
I
you
can,
can't affect the outcome.
but if I can try and figure out how to get them a rest.
Oh, it's not. It's definitely not a haunt. We determined that.
That depends on whether or not Sig believes you, fam.
Yeah.
That's true.
Sig, we need
Let's
to
just
figure
say
out.
Quetzal's no Kronk.
That's true. Not
Sorry,
at all.
Quetzal. You're no Kronk.
Not at all. No, I never claimed to be. I'm more of a brine shrimp ceviche connoisseur. We should move to see what like these soldiers are going to be fighting. They're the ones that are holding off the.
So
they're
you
holding
go
off
that
the
way,
attack.
and I'll see what happened to these people,
Okay.
and then we'll meet up in the middle and share stories.
All right. Just be careful. There are doorways full of wood.
I'll make sure I die loudly so you know where I'm at.
Okay.
Sounds fair.
Absolute protector.
Okay, so those of you who follow in Guard's path,
Yes.
you are seeing that there's like hustle and bustle around you. And unlike for Kronk and for Heyu, you'll notice that they don't seem to be constant enough to feel solid. So like when you had seen that door, you could tell like it had kind of phased in and out. All of the people are still completely translucent and they're staying that way despite the rest of the building seeming more solid.
Dang.
The fill-ins for the buildings. So one of the things this means is that as you guys are heading, there are people on horseback that are passing through you.
Oh.
And so they are going faster than you. They're just running straight down the alley. And as you follow them, it kind of is like a little bit more windy. you can hear them say, you know, like north wall, the south wall. It says it's all over, you know. We don't have any sight on them. Nothing. How could this be? And so you get to a couple alleyways where there you can see the horses that are spinning. The guards are, you know, next to each other in this little like whirlwind of confusion, and they'll split or they'll follow. And ultimately, most of them end up going towards, you know, what you overhear as like a guard tower. So they're trying to get to the guard tower. They're trying to rally. They're trying to understand what's going on. And then with all of this kind of like spectral flow, this like big turquoise energy through these winding and twisting little alleys, you reach the spot where it kind of stops. And so there's like 2 or 3 guards. You're having a hard time seeing them because everything's so small and they're like kind of stacked almost. And they spin, and all of the horses turn to face a building. The building that you can see on the outside, it has those deep claw marks, and it's abnormally, like from the rest of the buildings that you see the claw marks here and there. There's not like an obscene amount of it. There's claw marks all over this building. There's claw marks in the windows. There's claw marks that have crumbled, like, you know, the side of the roof. There's claw marks across the door, which in and of itself is in like a spectral position as well too. And so all of this float has just abruptly stopped at this building, and you just hear this wail from the inside, just an absolute, like, it chills your spines wail from this building. And when you hear that, that's like, it's all happening at the same time. The guards hear it, you hear it, everyone spins. It didn't matter if it was spectral, it didn't matter if you were real, everyone turns and faces the building. And the building dead and quiet as that wail ends. And it doesn't end drawn out, it ends done. So it's a build up screech, and then it's quiet. Everything. The talking that you had heard from the ground, even, just quiet.
Like the all of the blue, does the blue flame go out? Does all like the
all
mist
the torches
dissipate?
are no, all the torches are there. You
They're
can
still
still
there.
see the spectral riders. You can still see all of the highlighted claw marks. The actual specter is still there. It's just everything is so quiet you can hear the wind.
So Kronk is going to break that silence with a raging song, because he is tired of feeling afraid, and so he is going to start up his raging song. And those of you that hear it can decide if you would like to have some inspired rage, and so I will put that up there on the screen. So you can take a +2 to your strength and con, a +2 to your will, but you will take a -1 to your AC, and you cannot use charisma, intelligence, or dex-based skills during this. But you can, you know, kind of choose to ignore it if you'd like. But I will put that up there
charisma,
just in
intelligence, or dex?
Correct.
Does that include wisdom or no?
Not wisdom. So you can still. Let me read you the description, just because I'm still learning this stuff as well. Let's see. Allies other than the Scald cannot use any charisma, dexterity, or intelligence-based skills except acrobatics, fly, intimidate, and ride, or any ability that requires patience or concentration.
We're all angry here if we want to be.
Yep, so you are angry if you want to be, and this is mostly...
Sounds like a weird therapy.
It does.
Sorry.
Like, if you know what, you want to be angry, it's cool. You can totally be angry. Mostly Kronk is doing this because there's been a lot of, like, fear. There's been, like, a lot of fear stuff happening, and this allows him to get some help with will saves if there's a fear effect.
Well, can we kick down that?
La la la, angry
Can we-
song.
Angry
Can we
song.
kick down that door?
Ba-doop-ba-doop.
Or is there a door, or is there no door to this building? Is this building without a door?
All of the windows and doors are closed. All of them are highlighted with the spectra. The door is the only part that has wear on it other than the gouging. So the windows are intact, and you can tell that they're still intact in present day. The door is almost all the way intact. There's like a little corner that's been broken off. But it's currently in the shut position. And it's stayed shut.
All right. So Quetzal will open the door so that Kronk can rush in.
Of course Kronk rushes in. What else would Kronk do? Kronk rush in!
Right?
Come, friends.
right
Let's find the source. Let's find the source of our fear and drown it in alcohol.
I was going to say drown it in rage, but that's fine too.
As you guys enter this building, you realize that you do so before the guards. So the guards have not moved. When you open the door, you notice that you are only moving the physical wooden door underneath the spectral door. So when you open it, you open the one that you can physically interact with. You're still met with the spectral door, in which case I will have you roll a d6.
All right. God.
Oh, I've been rolling.
Fuck.
Oh no, 1.
I have a 4.
There's that nat 1, friends. The one that we were waiting for. Let's see
also
what
have a
trouble
2.
gets Kronk into.
I have a 4.
What trouble does Kronk get us into?
All right, so Heiyu's able to pass right through.
Oh, fabulous.
Snakes his way through. Kronk, do you have anything sharp in your hands?
At this point, no. He has not drawn his axe. So he just has his war drums.
Door.
You raged, so technically your hands are sharp?
What is that? Yes, that is true. Gain 2 d6 claw attacks while raging. So currently I have bear claws.
Okay,
but not the
fair
fun.
enough.
Not the fun. Kind.
Roll your reflex.
All right, reflex save it is. Saves.
So technically
reflex.
not in hands.
Shit, these are awful. These are awful. These are terrible.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm not reflexive. What can I say?
We'll have Pretzel roll his reflex as well too.
Do I fall on my butt again? At this point, I'm going to bruise my Cossacks.
No, you're gonna fall on your butt for sure.
It's not very high either.
Also, it is super difficult to play the war drum with bear claws.
17
Okay.
reflex.
Well, thankfully, so as Kronk falls backwards, he puts on his little girly scream. He's like, ah, ah. And Quetzal falls on top of him, but is just crafty enough to roll to the side before getting scratched by the claw being out and in the oops position.
Oh,
so
that's an oops.
You guys are able to get back up unscathed and pass through the door at your leisure now, where you wait and then let yourselves phase through.
Yes, I now have a bruised ego and a bruised.
Really bruised his ego?
Oh, hey, you is just laughing.
No.
Hey, you like
you can laugh.
Super too.
It's like, hey, let's keep this streak alive.
Next time you have to go through a door, you guys actually make it, and then you're just like anticipating it, and it's gonna be like the Hogwarts 9 3/4. You're like,
oh, come on.
You weren't going fast enough.
You just gotta
Right.
believe.
So when you guys get inside there, one of the things that Quetzal and Heiyu will notice is that before, when they had seen that evidence of destruction where there were large voids, in spaces, so like the parts that were missing and almost like appearing clean cut, they are now represented with that hallucinatory like turquoise mist. And so it gives you the implication that they were there up until this attack, and that is going to be all of the same time period. So you're getting turquoise dragon slashy claw mark on the outside. You're also getting a turquoise cut out to what's been going on in these houses as well too. The figures that you see, there are 2 or 3 smaller, younger children that are hiding under what appears to be like tables, furniture, things like that. 2 of the children are being comforted by what you would presume as parents, who are gesturing to the 3rd child to come and join either set on the sides of the room. The noises start back up, and you can hear creaking from the top of this 2-story building that you're now in. So you don't necessarily see anything, but you do hear like the shifting of floorboards and kind of like that. I don't know if I can get it to happen, but no, I can't get it. It's like the thud into the slide. Like something's, there's an implied movement there.
Scrabble, 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 scrabble.
I know, right? It's not tiny movement. It's heavy sounding.
Crap.
If you guys look up towards that sound, which I presume you would, you can see turquoise tinted dust kind of falling from where the rafters are.
I look for some stairs so I can run up.
Okay. Does anyone want to go with him?
Yeah, I'm covered from my fall. Let's go upstairs. I'm still raging. Rage song! Be angry with me, brothers.
Okay. Perceptions. For those who go.
18 plus 6 is 24.
Nice.
I'm sorry. You're gonna... I'm like waiting to see yours still because I can't see it.
14 for Kronk, 25 for Quetzal.
Okay. So Quetzal, you're going up the stairs too?
Yeah, I mean that's where everybody's going.
He doesn't want
like,
to
all right. He's like Captain Jack Sparrow. He's like, fine, I guess. We'll go fucking
God
that
damn it,
way.
yeah.
Like,
Fine.
I guess if you think that's a good idea, fine.
Look, we were told to figure out what happened, and right now it looks like whatever's happening is happening upstairs.
guess we
So
go
as
that
your barbarian leads the way, the barbarian sees nothing and charges straight up the stairs into the room. But as you 2 get to the top of the stairs, you swear out of the corner of your eye, you see something that was turquoise blip into a sphere of turquoise and disappear.
Does it leave behind that like gouged out bit of like?
It appeared to be fairly well centered in the room.
Okay.
It didn't seem like it had taken anything away at the time. But you hear almost like
Queen Ding, what do you think?
like a thrum.
Mm-hmm.
Queen Ding, what do you think just happened there?
I think everything that's happening has just happened in the past, and we're just seeing it. You know, if it was it a massive shape? Was it like a large shape? A big orb?
It was a shrinking shape. So as you caught it, you guys saw essentially the tail end of what seemed to be like a portal close.
Oh,
Yeah.
Interesting.
I believe that was, you know, just what was left over from whatever magical effect this was. It's difficult to know. Like I don't know anything about this stuff. If only young Gideon were here. Instead, he's drowned in a well somewhere.
So, as you guys pause, I presume, at the top of the stairs, you can hear that same thrum, but it almost sounds as though it's a record played in reverse. and you hear it from behind you. And it's
that's cool.
It's a lighter pick than it was before. So that the one that you saw that was that large one that very quickly closed, this one, it almost sounds like you would expect to turn and find a smaller one there, which you do. And greeting you is an eye with 1,000-yard stare.
Like just
But
a
it has
single
a
eye.
cat-like slit to it.
It's a dragon eye.
That's exciting.
Would we would recognize a dragon eye, right?
You would recognize
I
a
would
dragon.
certainly hope so.
You can go ahead and recognize a dragon eye.
Yay,
Oh, look,
that's
there's a
dragon eye.
there's a peeping Tom. Kronk, what
And you
kind
can
of
see
dragon
that
is
it's
that?
like it's looking. So like when you guys ran up the staircase, there's like a bend.
Mm-hmm.
It's now at that bend, and it's 1,000 yards staring down into the living room.
Ah.
Oh, interesting. Kronk
Where
will
those
attempt
other
to
ones
figure out what kind of dragon this is just by its eye with the bardic knowledge check, i.e. a gut check. That's
You can go
not
ahead
bad.
and do that if you want.
That's
a
a
good roll.
19.
But knowing basic dragon history would put this at a void dragon.
Oh,
and
that's
they have
exciting.
the ability to make portals.
Oh, I
I do
remember
believe.
hearing about this in some of my epics. This is the eye of a void dragon. They are thinking with portals now. We should go.
In the middle of your speech, you hear a little girl scream from downstairs.
Crap.
Look, again, we shouldn't feel guilty about that. None of this is happening now. This has happened then. This is
Quetzal, what we're
Okay.
seeing is happening now.
then will never be now again. This was then, and this is now. Now we're at now.
You see Kronk
What is
doing
that
This is
from?
then now.
That was
Spaceballs.
then, and
Spaceballs.
This is now.
Spaceballs.
When
Thank
will
you.
then
When
be
be
now?
Soon.
Everything that is happening now is happening now.
Thank
When
you.
will
I
we-
needed
when
that.
will we
I was
see
like,
what will happen? Now. When? Just now.
Now.
But we
Just
missed it.
now.
When? Just now.
miss it.
Just. That's awesome.
All right. So void dragons popped into this house, and then it was very quiet outside. The soldiers did not rush in, and now a little girl is dead. And now, do the soldiers rush in after the scream? Do the spectral soldiers
No.
go hup hup hup?
I'm
hup,
assuming
hup,
you're
hup?
going to turn around and start running back down the stairs. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll hop down the stairs. I mean, Quetzal will, or Quetzal. Kronk will.
Quetzal will.
Oh,
Let's just push him down the stairs.
so
Hey, go
when
see what's
you-
happening. Poof.
when you start going down the stairs, you guys run straight down.
Uh-huh.
And this is probably one of the largest dragons you've seen. All you see is a portal that has opened up on the bottom of this floor. The
Ooh.
dragon's snout, that's turquoise, it's coming out of the portal. Within its jaws, the little girl scream loud, scream done.
Oh,
And
crap.
the dragon recedes back down into its portal, and that portal closes.
Oh,
And this
crap.
dragon's head, the head by itself, was almost 6 feet tall. This was a large dragon.
Oh, damn.
Well, now I know why Anna did not want to witness this again. It's pretty horrifying.
This was terrifying. I must write it down for my epic.
Well, I mean, you're too angry to write anything down right now.
That's true. I am very angry. Rah!
Before the portal completely closes, I try to run and jump towards it.
Sam's gonna get so fat.
I know, right? He's actually kind of nervous about these ones because they're really close. Come here.
Yeah, they're like
I see you.
3 streets over
Come
or
on.
something. Like they're real fucking.
Come on. You're here. Go. He says, "Hey."
Oh.
So at the sound of the little girl scream, as that dragon snout recedes back into this portal, which, P.S., if you're gonna jump into it, nothing happens. You hit the floor underneath.
I thought you were about to say, hey, you goes and runs and shouts and jumps into the portal, and the portal closes, and hey, you's gone, and cliffhanger. Next 2 weeks, you have to figure out the
Right?
thrilling conclusion.
This is what I should have done before you had to take that time off, right? Like, oh, you're not gonna be in the next episode. Guess what? You're swallowed by a void dragon. Hey.
You should have avoided that dragon.
That's the one we didn't want.
Kick him out of the channel. He has to be kicked out of the channel for that.
Either way. Who did it? Did he just leave on his own?
Oh my god. That's awesome.
Thank you and good night.
Right.
Fabulous.
So you have that happen. Right as like the nostrils, which again, like dinner plates, because this is a big dragon face, that's now disappearing underneath this armature. Like it's launched the table that she was hiding underneath. And the guards start to come in. So you can see the horses behind them. They've dismounted and they swing open the door. And the thing is, aside from the scream, everything and deathly quiet. So you can barely hear like these strange breaths of the two other groups that are in the corner. One of the kids has its parent's hands over its mouth so it can't scream. It ends up being quite a scene, and despite how quiet it is, you guys can hear everything. And so the guards come in, their armor, like, it clinks really loudly right when they come in, and it's like a soft clink as they're standing still for a second. And they kind of turn. They look to the left, they look to the right, and they start chattering to themselves, and you can hear the mutterings of dragons, and, I thought they were all gone. What is this? Like, how do we fight something we can't see? And they, they're kind of watching and looking, and that portal opens up, the small version, you hear it. It opens up at that side of the room, right over top of where that bookcase was that you had seen that previous gouge in. So it opens up into that, and it disintegrates that side of the wall into that bookcase, as it's kind of like pulled into the void of this black hole, as that eye appears again. Again, like, not necessarily a 10,000 yard stare this time. It's focused, and it's focused on the guards. And it's but half a second before another portal opens up underneath. And this time, instead of the jowls, it's just a clawed hand that reaches up, and it gets two of the guards between the actual digits and pulls them through it. As they get pulled through it, you can see like they reach for just like the solid ground around that circle. One of them, sword in hand, it drags funny and leaves this big fluorescent turquoise scar on the wood as both he and the sword get pulled into this void. What this does, though, is it scares the piss out of the third guard, who quickly grabs the four remaining people in the household and books it. You can see outside, because they had the three horses, he throws Set up on one horse, Set up on the other horse, goes to jump on the third horse himself, before that horse is also pulled into the void. This time, no appendages from the void, just a sinkhole, and you can see almost like a spinning, like a whirlpool within this hole, that instead of pulling straight down, it pulls to the center. The two horses book, one in each direction. The guard and the third horse just collapse into this dying star and fade away. That ends the story for that house.
Wow.
You guys are welcome to stay in the house if you want. That being said, if you
I think
stay
we
in
need
that
to
house,
I think we need to head over to Sig and find out what he's up
Yeah.
to. Like, well, not like we, but like.
But yeah.
as you guys go to leave, roll one last perception.
Last perception it is.
One last perception.
Oh, nice. 19 for Kronk.
21 for me.
Nice.
Hang on.
I know I have you roll perceptions a lot. Sorry, fam.
That's all right, man. This is the most rolled skill in the game.
I was gonna say, welcome to D&D, where
Yeah.
perception is.
Well, Quetzal sees into the next dimension.
I open. Quetzal,
He
Quetzal,
opens his drunky eyes and he sees.
they take out a little like flask of absinthe and then down it, and then like the third eye in their forehead opens up and they see.
Oh, nice.
The little green fairy.
They reach over and they grab a bit of reality and open it like a little hole, like that void dragon was doing, and like it's.
So all four of you hear that little that small version of that vortex pop with the eye. Quetzal, Roderick, and Heyu are fucking certain that eye is looking at them and not through them.
Ooh.
It also, for everyone, doesn't seem quite as turquoise as the rest of the shit. You can choose whether to stay or to go find Sig.
I mean, I will tell people, I was like, I think that.
Oh, I should say it's very quick. So it blips up.
Yeah.
It looks. The three of you are real freaking sure that it's not looking through you like the last couple of times, and then it blips away.
So those other ones were then, and this one is now. So I think it's probably best if we booked it, folks. Let's go. I know you're angry.
I'm already ahead of you. Bye. Direction Sig is.
Kronk. Yeah, Kronk will drop the. Actually, Kronk will keep the raging song up just again for any boost to fear-based will saves. But we'll follow the rest of the party.
Roger.
I will just drum faster.
Roger, let's.
We're leaving.
Roger,
What we're doing. Isn't that something that they actually do when they actually get nervous? And Monty Python, they're like.
Where is Gideon, Roderick? Is Gideon? I'm worried that that Gideon will fall prey to a void dragon now. I wasn't worried about it until just this moment. I thought this was all in the past, but that is definitely not in the past.
So
this is in the now when it sucks,
right? So to complete this cycle, we're gonna jump back over to Sig. So you guys have completed your little set, and you're like, let's go find Sig.
Well,
Sig.
Real quick, when you say you're worried about Gideon, he just disappears and is now next to me.
Okay.
Does this happen often?
That's good. That's good. That's fine. That's fine, Kronk. Wherever Roderick is now protecting Gideon.
Okay, excellent. Does this happen often?
I mean, we've never really encountered void dragons before, so
Well,
no.
no, I don't meant the void dragon. I meant the Gideon disappearing.
Oh no, Gideon's good out there. He's fine.
All right,
Now
excellent.
that Roderick is
I'm
next
glad.
to him. So Roderick, I know, would give his negligible amount of actual life to protect. Roderick's only mostly alive. He's slightly dead.
As though I've missed some things about my new adventuring friends, but that's perfectly fine. We shall speak later after we run around.
You can't possibly comprehend this right now. You are too angry.
I can't comprehend anything right now. I'm too raged.
I'm upset.
And allies disappearing makes you even angrier.
And I run faster.
Everyone looks around like, did we miss one of the voids? Fuck.
Shit.
I'm angry.
Watch for yourself. It's gonna be like graboids. So we pick up where thing is. So your story is a little bit different,
Okay.
but it's similar in a couple of ways. You can see as all of these people are essentially herded, almost back towards where that center was, that town center.
Okay.
And as they head that way, you start feeling strange things on your detect evil. And by strange, what I mean is you're sure that you felt something of an evil presence over there, but it wasn't there for very long. And all of a sudden, there's another one over there, and another one there, and another one behind you. And so you start feeling these blips where it's not like this big burning presence, but you're sure that it was there. It's just you've never had the fleeting sensation of it's there and then it's not, and it's there and it's not. Because once someone has evil intent in their heart, it doesn't really change like that.
Would I be able to tell if is it the same strength of aura, or is it different levels?
I would say that for the most part,
Do you need you need the list for the auras, or you still have it?
No, I mean, I guess I could use the list, but ultimately what I'm going to tell you is there's varying strengths. And despite it being very quick blips in and out, the differences in strength may not be very noticeable, but the significance of the strength being quite strong is still perceptible, despite the fact that the presences are only for less than 5 to 10 seconds per blip.
All right. Won't last long. And it's all while we're heading towards that center?
It's you. So if you're following the flow of the traffic, so the flow of the men, women, children traffic that are not guardsmen, you are all kind of being ushered towards the center of the town.
Okay. I keep heading there.
Right. As you get to the center of the town, you see spectral figures dressed like in full plate armor. You'll notice that like some of the armor is not put on entirely correctly, almost as if it was put on in a very rapid hurry. But it's put on in a functional way. At the center, they have 4 horsemen surrounding the fountain. And then at each entranceway from an alley into that center of the town, there's another horseman centered at all of them. They all have large pole arms as well too. And the pole arms are not being held as though they are being drawn against something. They are held up towards the sky, almost like a salute. And
So
there's
war, death, pestilence, and famine.
Shut up. And they have it almost looks like this thin white thread from the tips of their pole arms to the center of like the stag's antlers on the fountain.
Okay, so they're trying to ward protect them. All right. Is the fountain complete?
The fountain has like some wear and tear on it, but it doesn't seem as though it's destroyed.
Okay. Am I still getting the feeling of evil?
Yep, and you're getting it as you're kind of like scanning the area. I'm assuming because you're not coning it like
Yeah.
You're going into the center and you're sweeping.
Yeah, I'm just getting the one round sweeps as it's going on.
Yeah, you essentially are getting that like first-person shooter radar, where as you're sweeping, it's like blip, 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 blip.
They're all around us, man. Game over, man. Game over. Sorry. What is the closest one has been to me? And about how long do these blips last for?
So the blips last 5 to 10 seconds.
Okay.
Just about. And the closest that one is to you is visible. And it is on the like the side of a building. So like if you're facing out towards a building, you see the front of the building.
Okay.
It is a void that spawns a whole dragon. It turns and looks at the fountain, and then it turns down towards the building and blips into a portal that it had created on top of the building to disappear.
While it's showing, do I have enough time to channel positive and hit it?
Ooh, good idea, good idea.
You can try.
I would love to try.
Okay. Roll it and then roll your d6.
There's no roll, it just happens.
Okay, then roll your d6.
3d6. Or just one,
No,
just,
roll
oh,
your
okay,
D6.
okay, got it. 3.
3?
Yeah.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
Aw.
Don't worry, I've got a lot more where that comes from.
Is that what you're gonna just try and do? You're gonna wait and
Positive.
see. Channeling positive.
Channel robot?
Alright.
So what's the range on that?
The channel?
Channel positive energy, yeah.
That's the same range as my cone, so if I can feel it, it's in my range.
Okay. I guess I probably should be more specific because I think that you said 60-foot cone.
Yeah, it's a 60-foot cone. And the channel positive is a 60-foot sphere.
Okay. So I might have been fibbing about you being able to see that one. Like, you could physically see the dragon, but it would be just about at least 50 feet for you to get from the fountain to that first house.
Okay.
I think it's actually probably... I'm trying to think about it with, like, a football stadium in my head. And the clearing was about center of the football stadium to the end zone.
So 50 yards.
Closer to that, yeah. And the
So
60
that's 100.
feet.
Yeah, that's 100.
Right. It's fine. It's no big deal. I didn't draw it.
Yeah.
Which is what I should have done. I should have drawn it. But I didn't.
But we'll say for the purposes of this one that Evil Aura was so strong that it overlapped where your cone was. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So, like, you're hitting how big of an aura that fucker had, and it may have been kind of outside of your channel energy zone as well, too. So next time, your character may feel that and be like, I'm going to book it and see if I can get next to him.
Okay.
But either way, as you experience this, you notice it's not just the one. Several different portals open up, all with this, like, ominous sharks surrounding prey kind of mentality. So you see them, and they, like, dip out of a building, in a building, out of a building, in a building, out of a building, in a building.
But none of them are going into the square itself. So it's like almost like the square is keeping them out.
Mm-hmm. At least for now. And what you see is there's not only are there dragons of varying sizes doing this, like, almost like dolphin breaching thing, but there's also, similar to what the other group had seen, not that you know that, there's these eyes that are materializing in the walls, and what you're seeing is that there are some that are small, some are like that, and there's other ones that are like horse head size.
Okay, so at this point I light up my divine bond with holy.
Okay.
First time any one of these eyes or anything are within charge distance, I'm going to charge the strike.
You're gonna have to explain to me if it has a movement.
I get to do twice my stride, which is 50 feet.
In how long of a time? 6 seconds.
6
though, right?
seconds.
They don't last the 6 seconds.
Okay.
Not the eyes.
Well, you were saying they last 5 to 10. That's why I
The
was.
snakings.
Okay.
So like when they're doing the snake, you'll see them for like 10. But as they're doing like the quick little blips, it's 5.
Okay.
But if you want, I will have you charge at one. It doesn't seem to see you, and it blips out as you get there.
Charge it.
Yeah, I'm still would be trying it.
That's fine. Is
Um,
there any special effects of?
Holy just does a
yourself
shitload
temple.
more damage to evil.
That's fine.
Okay.
And dragons.
Do I see another one of the large eyes come up?
They are
I just
over like the next 2 or 3 minutes. You can keep trying to
the
F
next
with these things.
gigantic
they're
ass.
popping in, they're popping
That's-
in, and they are popping out like polka
well,
dots. And
so
the thing is,
the
they
next giant
start
one.
quiet, like they start like there's one, and then a couple seconds later there's another one, and now like there's multiple circling, and you can hear like the murmuring of the crowd get crescendoed. You can also see the horses at the edges of this like star-like formation are starting to get anxious as well too.
Okay. So the biggest eye that I see, when it pops in, I'm calling Smite Evil on it.
Okay.
I can sense where it is, wherever it is.
Okay. So you can still feel it blip in and out. It's not the only large eye
That's fine.
because you see other ones of equivalent size.
Now, is
that
it
you have
blipping?
not-
Here's my question though. Now that I can sense it, I have a connection with it. Is it moving, or is it literally there then gone?
It's literally there and then gone.
Okay. And then at some random other
I
point,
guess it depends on how far your connection is. Is your connection more than 10 miles?
it's the world. It's they buff Smite Evil to be ridiculous.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I can literally
In
die,
which
be
case-
resurrected, and my Smite Evil's still active.
Okay.
Because it's active
Interesting.
until the next day, or I call a new Smite Evil target, or the target dies.
Steven, quit breaking Kelly's story.
Right, well, I thought that. I mean, it's fine. You can know where their hideout is. It's in the mountains that were to the east of the, to the east of the thing.
Okay.
That's new information.
As far as, like, what it feels like is the thing is, you never actually get the sense that it's there, only that you can see the eye.
Mm-hmm.
The eye hasn't actually passed through the portal. The
Okay.
portal is just representing a window. So when you see the eye and you go to Smite Evil, all of a sudden you are being, feeling as though this actual being, A, isn't in this time period,
Okay.
and B, is physically located far away to the east.
Okay. Some more information than I had before.
Hey.
Okay.
I have to write that down because, sorry. If any of you actually want to help me take notes, that'd be great.
I'm taking partial notes.
Yeah, I've been taking notes here.
I'm taking notes of things Hey You learns. As to not be meta.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Hey, everything comes from Kronk's gut, so.
Yeah, basically.
Including E. coli. Thanks, Frank.
Kelly's log.
Indeed.
Kelly's log shall
Okay.
become Kronk's gut.
You're just now learning that the dragons came from the east. All Kronk would have to do is like enthusiastically lick some dirt and be like, I think this came from the mountains over there. I flew over those. I bet that's where that's from.
This is
I'm going
some
that way.
If I were an evil dragon that I was thinking about attacking the city, where else would I do it? That's over there.
some Eastern
Oh
shit.
my gosh. Oh, I love it.
I know, right? I just see him as like, and then as soon as he like, he's got the Kronk realization, right? He's like,
Yep.
let me sing you the song of traveling to the mountains.
And you know I got one. I got that song.
You know, I got that song. It's on my singles album that I released 2 years ago. Here we go to the mountains. Hi fucking ho, bitch.
It's awesome.
He's a rapper.
All right, I step out of the circle
Okay.
and in Draconic say out, you wish to take on women and children? Face me instead, if you still exist on this plane and time. At least take out a worthy foe than
Roll a
children.
D6.
Hey, that's a 1.
Nothing
Shit.
happens.
Welcome to my world.
Nothing happens.
All right.
When do we meet up with Sig?
You guys can meet up with him whenever you would like. As you approach this center, you guys are seeing the void circles start to open up as like on the surfaces of buildings. You're seeing it almost like in 3-dimensional space as well too. So you're having like these spheres almost, and they're floating, and they've got dragon eyes looking out and at things. But they're no longer, because like before you guys were inside the buildings, it's no longer restricted by being in a building anymore. They're appearing in 3-dimensional space with no limitations, except for as you get closer to the square, you notice that there's almost like this, like a surface, like a bubble almost, that encompasses the square where none of those are forming. But you can see there's starting to be lots of them. Not like 1, not like 2, like 30 to 40.
Hey, Sig?
Yeah, you guys
What
at
are
this
those
point would
eyes?
see the holy flaming sword and all the other stuff right now.
Oh, well, that looks fun. Let's go there.
Sig, I'm pretty certain one of those looked at us.
Oh,
Not just
I'm-
like looked in our direction, but looked at us.
Well, I could tell you where their base is to the east in the mountain over there. Where exactly, I don't know. Because I'm connected to one right now.
Are they still there?
I don't know.
What do you mean connected to one?
Paladin things, it's hard to explain. I want to kill him because... I want to kill him because he's evil.
I want to kill him because I want to kill him.
And that desire has tethered me to see his eyes there.
I feel like that in and of itself is an evil act.
Just,
Like, I want to kill you because you exist.
Well, no, because he's evil, and he's about to do evil things, or has done evil things like destroy an entire town's worth of villagers.
He exists for evil, so therefore, to kill him would be to destroy evil.
Yeah.
But
look, I'll go
I don't
along
get
with
paladin
anything at
things.
this point. As long as I get to play my drums, I am happy to go along with anything. To adventure!
Do you guys want to go say our dues to Anna, see if she has anything left to tell us before
well, is
we
this?
head out towards...
How long does this event go on for?
Great question. I guess you'd have to have someone who knows answer that question.
I say we head back to Anna's house.
Anna. Or we could ask
And
Zeke.
go
So that
in,
Anna doesn't
slowly
have to
fly.
wake
I was
up.
gonna say, is Zeke still hanging out with me? Or has he fucked off back to the house?
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Because I don't see anything under Smite Evil
Hold on. I'll get it.
regarding being able to locate something miles away.
Where's that?
I just have the base text from core class.
Nice.
I know that the smite doesn't end as long as both of you are still alive, or unless you smite
Correct.
something else.
It says the Smite Evil effect remains until the target of the smite is dead, or the next time the paladin rests and regains the use of the ability. Base Smite 1 additional time per day, as indicated on the growth chart. While Smite Evil is in effect, the paladin gains a deflection bonus equal to the charisma modifier to the AC against attacks made by this target. The target is a creature that is not evil, it's wasted. Once per day, a paladin can call out to the powers of good to aid them in their struggle against evil. Swift action chooses one target within sight to smite. The target is evil, they add some charisma bonuses, blah blah blah. Those charisma bonuses are doubled if it is an evil subtype or an outsider. Regardless of the target, Smite Evil attacks automatically bypass any DR the creature might possess. That is all I have. I do not have anything about locating it.
Okay. I will, so we don't railroad the plot, I will look for it later. I'll go with what you're going then.
It's fine. I
No, it's your
don't
call.
care if you know where it's from.
No, it's cool.
You can go all the way over there. You can ask Kronk's gut whether that's going to be a good idea or not. But I don't see it. At least not under the big one.
I said I'll try and find it later if you don't want to derail things right now.
It doesn't matter to me.
I mean, this is a good, this is, unless we want to wrap something up else about this investigation right now, this is a good place for, I mean, did y'all want to put a pin in this, or do y'all want to keep going?
I think we should make it back to Anna's house and put a pin in it.
That sounds good. I'm good for that.
Get back to
if you
place of solidarity before we make a plan on what to do next.
If you want to wait, you want to ask Kronk's gut. You want to ask Kronk's gut what to do.
Yes. You know what?
All right. Let's ask Kronk's gut.
Hayu gets down and on his knees he pats Kronk's stomach and goes, "Oh, Kronk's gut. What do we do?"
You have to shake it a little bit too, right? Shake it, and then listen.
Which is so Kronk is somewhere. Kronk's body type is somewhere between super cut Chris Hemsworth Thor and not quite fat Thor, but getting there. Because you know what, he's been traveling a lot.
Is Kronk dad bod Thor?
Kronk might be a little bit dad bod Thor.
I pat belly.
Yeah. And Kronk gets a 20 on his gut check.
Yeah, no, I've not seen that. Kronk's belly says, "I know what we're doing." So Kronk gets this supernatural. I don't even know. Get the supernatural feeling that what's happening in the square is going to come to a head.
Okay.
And since nothing's touched him yet, probably going to be fine, right? It's probably going to be fine. I'm sure. They saw him, yeah. But he's just going to smile and wait. Right? Like, if they see him, they see him. That's fine.
I mean, everything seems to be fine so far. Let's stay and see how this turns out.
You're wondering if I recognize what?
Us as dragons. Like saw through the cloak.
Oh, how strange would that be? How strange. But if I do remember correctly, Frank didn't realize that it seemed like it was looking at him. So
Yeah, I
he's
know.
like, it's fine. We're just watching it. It's like a play, guys. It's like a play. I'll be the background music of the play. We're here for the dramatic effect.
I do
All
it
right, if
with
Kronk's
my
gut
drums.
says sit and watch, I sit and watch, and I plop down in the squared and crisscross applesauce. I sit and watch what unfolds.
Fabulous.
What unfolds, as you guys are watching all of this play out, you have that kind of like green fog that's really dense underneath everyone's feet. It's kind of almost obscuring the ground as well too. Um, it seems like almost all at once, the sides of the buildings where all of those guards have their raised pole arms up, the sides of the buildings open up, and in some cases it's maws, in other cases it's claws. Um, but every single one of those knights is either pulled off the horse and dragged into the voids, or the horse and the knight itself are swallowed within these maws. One of the maws would be recognized as your smite evil target. It's the largest of them, and it is the one that swallows the horse that is at the north. And notably, it's the only one that doesn't have to chew the horse. Literally just the whole thing in jaws, tilted back, and disappears into that void. When that happens, all of those threads snap, and you hear this cacophony of panic. When the threads snap, the crowd starts to panic. They start pushing to try and get towards the center. And you can see almost where there's this ring in that fog that's happening in this center, the center circle. It almost looks like there's a ripple, but instead of going outwards from the center, it's sweeping inward towards the center. And it doesn't completely disturb that fog as it rolls almost like backwards towards that center of the fountain. And you hear like a small little crack, and the threads that connect it to the four, like north, south, east, west halberds snaps too. The halberds start to glow at the tips, and they start to kind of like prep to try and get ready. Pessimistically, they literally start aiming their halberds down towards the ground because they think they are going to be swallowed. But instead, what happens is it almost looks like the pride of like the hyenas in Lion King, where all of them start popping up on the sides of these buildings looking towards the center. And in the middle, you have that large one, and his, it's obviously a very old void dragon. And he's so large that his arm, as it rests over kind of like the side of the building, just his hand reaches an entire story down on that building. He kind of like crunches it, and you can see that's actually the spot that you had noticed at the very beginning, where his hand has broken the entire corner off of that building. The other ones are much smaller than he is, but it's not by a large magnitude based on where they're sitting. They get maybe 20% smaller, 20% smaller, 20% smaller in this arc. They're all just staring at the center of this, I keep wanting to call it a square, but it's a circle. At the center of the town circle.
City center.
Right?
Sure.
The dragon itself looks a little different than the other dragons. And what you guys realize, particularly the two of us that have run into the doors, they realize that he's got that same in and out appearance as the rest of like the solid stuff. And so he scans and he stops where you guys are located. He stops at every single one of you. And then I'm gonna have you roll perception just on the off chance that you get like a -2. So long as you don't get a -2, you see it and you freaking feel it.
Feel it with a 27.
Ooh,
I feel it in my bones.
I got an 8.
You feel it in your bone. And what he does is he's got this really nasty just look of malice. And although he's in that like kind of turquoise drape, you can tell that his eyes are red as fire. He's furious. But it's like that evil villain furious where it's like, y'all are fucked and I can't wait to do what I'm about to do. The one that's relaxed on like the side of the building just holds steady, but he pulls his other one up, and in it forms this whirlwind of negative energy, and you can feel it. Detect Evil, this literally feels like an embodiment of this dragon's freaking hatred. And he whips this thing around, he looks at the center, and he just spins it. And this thing just whirlwinds in the center of this pound circle, all the way across. And it spirals in and in and in until it gets to the center of the that stag statue, where it expands really quick, then it condenses, and it blips. And when it blips out of existence, everything that's turquoise blips out. The dragon stays.
Uh-oh.
What you see when you look down, what was hidden by this fog, is this huge spiral scar that tears right into the center of that fountain, and it was obscured by that mist the whole time. After everything disappears, you'd swear that dragon was looking at you, and then he's gone too. So, your Detect Evil fades away. You feel as though your smite target is no longer on this plane. Your Detect Magic fades away too. The ground no longer feels very magical. And from there, you guys
Your gut is hungry.
do what you want.
Yeah, my gut is very hungry at this point. My gut
Your
is
gut is
a
like,
lot.
Here was like, what did I get myself into? They just told
It's
me
like-
to go and join this band, and I'm pretty sure we almost got eaten by something.
I'm pretty sure that was not how things were supposed to go, but this was fun. Let's create an epic masterpiece from this. This is gonna be awesome. Kronk is just gonna be like, well, the ground no longer feels upset, so I guess that's a good thing. I don't detect any magic anymore. I suppose that is also a good thing. And I am very hungry. Let us go back to the house that I may fill my mighty belly with provisions and mead.
But wait, where's Gideon?
He's with
Wasn't he standing right there where that big maw came out?
I'm over here.
Oh, okay. Whew.
Come over here. Hello.
over here. All right, I think with that, fellas, we need to get back to Anna's house. We need to figure out what our next plan is. That was not something I ever expected.
No, I was gonna say, that was not something that was recorded in any dragon history that any of you guys had remembered learning. As far as anyone was made aware, the outer dragons were long gone after the war. They said, peace out, we're not fighting this, and they disappeared. And so to have them back in a material plane,
We need to go
News.
figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
I head off in the direction of Anna's house.
I will follow.
I will go too. Yeah.
there.
I'm,
When you arrive at
almost
Anna's
think-
house, everything's quiet.
I'm gonna stay back and remain for a second and do a prayer.
I'm gonna stay back with him.
I'm not religious. I know of the religion of Epsu. I know of Epsu, but I'm not religious, so I'm going.
I'm not religious either. I'm gonna
It's
let
more
him
of a
pray.
it's more of a prayer of, please forgive. You know, we're not all like that, and I'm sorry you had to endure it. I hope and basically that I'm hoping they're at rest.
Why should I apologize? They're the ones who suck.
Oh, by the way, in case any of you guys want to read the fountain before you leave, it has the town name on it, and it's Maliahim.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Malahim?
Maliahim.
Mal-Yahim?
Maliahim.
Malyahim, Malyaho, Malyaha, Malyaha.
Alright.
Yeah, for the record, this is the second time I've played this campaign. That is the exact same song we sang when we learned the name last time. I was
remember that.
back. I'm choking that song back like I don't want to start it again. I don't want to start too late.
No.
Too late.
Yeah, I'm heading off. When I get to Anna's house, I kind of like walk in and lay down by the fire and just like fall asleep. My hey you is mentally exhausted, physically exhausted.
Okay. Sounds good. Pick it up from
Once Sig is done with his prayer, Gideon and like stands up as they get ready to walk back. Oh, while he's praying, I'm gonna I make sure that what's his name goes back. Zeke goes back with the rest of the people, so that it's just me and Sig.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Yeah. You think that we knew this happened? And do you think it was sanctioned?
I think there's a lot of things we don't know. Whether or not it was sanctioned or not, I think our mission has changed. At least to some degree.
Like, the poison was one thing, and that was terrible, but nothing justifies this.
Who knows? Maybe they did this and that's why they were banished. Maybe Autumn Fury found out and banished their asses and then hid the information. Who knows?
They were supposed to be banished before this. Maybe they did this and we banished them and they kept doing it.
The Void Dragons have one big special power that many of us do not. Portals. And what would be the greatest group to do secret attacks, stealth attacks, drive-by attacks, getting in and out than them? Why wouldn't you just say, oh, they don't exist anymore, they're all gone, and have them as your secret weapon?
Yeah, but why would you tell us that they don't exist anymore? They're our secret weapon.
Because they might not know that we're heading into this path.
Yeah, but we haven't known that they existed for 50, for years. I'm correct. I remember. I don't remember for this campaign, but I'm the oldest one here by a ways, right? Everybody else was born after.
You have me by 2 years.
Oh, do I? Okay.
Yeah.
So
we were the two oldest, and everyone else was youngins.
I couldn't remember. In the last one, I was the oldest one by like 50 years.
Yeah.
So.
Which is just like another play on it because he was really the most like little kiddish.
Yeah, because I was super sheltered. Yeah. But
I am but a wee child.
I don't know.
A wee lad.
This isn't. This is fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was born during the baby boom after the Great War.
I was
No baby boom after that war.
I was hoping that
It was a pun on World War One.
when I targeted one of them that they would take notice of my targeting them, and if they were still existing, that I don't know. I want them to know
What was your end goal there, Siegfried? I mean,
I want them to know I'm coming, and they will pay for this crime.
Of course, yes. They will pay for this crime by the inconvenience of having to step on you. Like, what did you hope was going to happen? We have to gather more allies, and if we're going to take down the Void Dragons, or at least gain more skills.
I know.
You know,
but we also have a long road ahead of us before we get to that.
So to be clear, this
Absolutely
dragon is
helps
bigger
those who
than
help
all the other
themselves.
dragons you've met so far, aside from Nox, which is your main time dragon, friendo.
I at least want to get a couple of dimensional anchor spells ready to rock.
Here comes the
I
better
think that'll-
question. Do we call back and tell them about this?
I was just gonna ask that. Do we call back and ask them about what happened here?
Hey, Yu's passed out, so he has no.
That's a question for the party,
He is
because if we're questioning the written history, we could get in a lot of trouble.
I don't think we can. I mean, we were sent here to figure out what happened, and this is what
No,
happened.
we were sent here to figure out
why
why
the humans
they're
are
coming
encroaching
this
and
way
moving.
again.
Well, this would be a good reason.
Yeah, but this happened during the war.
After
Yeah, but it's still happening. So we saw what happened then, but we also saw the same thing is happening now. If they are aware of us, then this is not a past thing. This is a trauma that's still being inflicted on these people. Like,
Yeah,
whether
and this
that
happened
is-
post-war, right? Because she's too young to have had it happen during the war.
Correct.
So yeah,
And so you guys are in the living room, right?
Yes.
yeah.
Anna walks through the front door.
Well, this would have been
just-
us walking back.
Yeah.
Wait, why are
walking
you
back.
coming? Weren't you?
Because
Well,
only
that's why I asked whether or not you
because
were in the living room.
because we
You said
started
yes.
we started at the fountain. I did the prayer thing, and then we were
Fine.
walking back having the discussion.
All right. Well, if you want to, then you see Anna, also on her way back.
Oh, so
Okay.
she wasn't inside the house.
Oh,
Well,
She
so
doesn't greet you. She just kind of like looks and continues walking inside. She leaves the door open for you.
just
to be
just
quiet.
because I'm a paranoid person, detect evil.
Clean.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought you already did that on her.
Yeah, but we just had a bunch of spooky, ghosty happenstances happen.
Well, I will nonchalant because I think that Siegfried is probably the more charismatic person, but the least charismatic person simultaneously. However that happens.
I'm
Wow.
a blunt.
Like when someone's like too good and you're like, I don't know, can you be that way?
So I will.
Yeah,
I will make.
it's the problem that like when you have
We
an
all
actual
know that
nice
right
guy,
now,
when you have the actual nice guy,
is the most charismatic. If you ask Hey you is just he's the most smooth talkingest thing in this whole damn party, and if it wasn't for him, y'all been SOL.
Except
But of
hey,
course,
you tried to immediately break into Anna's house, so I don't.
I
know if
tried to
that's gonna
break into
actually-
Anna's house to find
that's
out
his
her
that's his form of
intentions.
diplomacy. He wants to find her panties.
That's my form of detect evil.
He's sniffing out the evil.
I can't know
he was
whether she's a
going-
good person without seeing her underwear first.
He was trying to.
I
wait,
need to
this-
see the color of her underwear so I know what her aura is.
Okay.
Her aura
this
is
an
pink.
anime, or it seems like an anime trope to look at to try to suss out somebody's underpants alignment.
Anna, your panties are black. That means you're evil.
No, I mean she's Lolita. Come on.
All right,
Oh
It's
my
all,
I rolled-
it's
I
all
rolled a-
alignment.
I rolled a 22 diplomacy check to engage Anna and to make a request to ask her. Well, essentially the pretext is going to be like, oh, I'm sorry if we were too loud, and prevented you from sleeping, but there were lots of explosions out here, so we wanted to investigate. And it's very horrifying what happened here. Why were you said you didn't want to see this again? Why were you out here?
She interrupts you at it was horrible. And she just says, I know. I was there. And she just kind of keeps walking. Implication being that she, if you guys recall, she is older than this night would have been. Yeah. And so she had lived through the reality of it.
Can I do... Oh, this is going to be so
These
rough.
are really loud fireworks, dude.
Yeah,
Can I do a straight intellect check?
Okay.
Just straight. To see if I remember seeing her in the crowds of people I was walking through.
No.
Be tough because she'd have been 30 years younger.
Well, that's why I was calling for a straight intellect roll. It's basically a flat check at that point for me.
It wouldn't have mattered how you rolled.
Okay.
No, you did not cross paths with her.
Okay.
She was on the south side. We were on the northeast side.
You guys were on the west side, so you ran east, ran straight through the center to get to the west side, and then back to the center, and then north.
So what?
Oh wait, no. I remember this from last time. She was protected by the church. She was in the church.
That's what she said.
Whole thing?
That's what she said. She said her and her father were protected, but what I was going to ask about
she
this
would have
time,
said that her father didn't make it, fam.
Yeah. She was in the church. She said she was in the church.
She was in the church and everyone else died because they stopped believing.
Yeah, that's what I have in my notes. I guess it was, she has that wrapped
it
up.
wasn't necessarily, she doesn't blame people dying on the fact that they stopped believing. She would not have implied that. What it more so was is when she needed to take shelter, instead of taking shelter in the center of the city, her home's connected to the church. She went to the church.
I guess the dragons didn't like
if
the.
Someone would have stayed behind at the church, your little line would have had no mist through it.
Oh, well, that's what I said. Something tells me the dragons would not have liked the 1d6 damage, now 2d6 damage, now 3d6 damage, now 4d6 damage.
Well, it's one of those, like. So is it because all the stuff that was happening was instantaneous? So is it a ward, or does it like physically prevent?
It could just
conjuration, teleportation, or is it just because like, I mean, what is 1d6, 2d6, 3d6 to an ancient dragon? Like, it's
why did they fight like that?
Unless that's a major altar in there.
Maybe.
Ooh, good question.
But why would a major altar be dedicated to a piddling demigod?
To just kill as many people as possible, and they basically rounded everything up like sharks, like how dolphins would group. Yeah, they rounded them all up towards the center.
It was calculated.
Yeah.
Why would you fight? Okay, like, let's think like dragons here. Why wouldn't you get, whenever they were in a big group, appear in front of them and thermonuclear breath weapon them?
That's not how
there was no breath weapons
how
used.
Voice dragons fight.
First of all, what I would do if I was going to take out an entire town, I would ask them to bring me all of their oldest bottles of wine to add to my hoard, and then I would swear that if they did that, I would leave them alone. And then if they didn't bring me all of their oldest bottles of wine, then I would descend upon them in a mighty fury, and I would make sure that my cleansing fire did not reach deep into their wine cellars, so that I could later then go in to get all of their finest bottles of wine
But
to add to my
So
hoard.
many bottles
this was
of wine.
an act of terror. This wasn't a let's kill them all and annihilate. This was all about fucking with people.
Exactly, which is why
There
it's
were
not.
far more efficient ways to kill everybody in town.
Which is why it's not a very dragon-like thing to do. But it definitely is dragon. It's definitely still happening. Is the problem? Like that's one of the things that we need to suss out. So that's what I would want to ask her is like, how long have they been back? Because they are still there.
I think we asked, and she said they never stopped. Right?
No, she said that.
Are you asking? Are you asking
Yeah, I'm asking.
Anna for the city, or are you asking Lady Liliana about the Void Dragons?
No, we're still talking to Anna right now.
Right now, we were talking to ourselves.
Yeah, because Anna walked off from us.
Anna walked off from us, but didn't we ask her earlier, like, oh, the war's been over for a while? She's like, yeah, okay, whatever. They've been attacking the whole time. Didn't she say something like that?
No, so what she would have implied was more along the lines of when this attack happened 20 years ago, this attack goes through this spectral motion every full moon.
Okay. So that was my misunderstanding there. But
And if I remember correctly, she told us that even though they were gone for the 25 years of what, because this happened 25 years ago, and that was 25 years after the war, and the Void Dragons were gone 40 years before that. Even though they were gone all that time, they still showed up. They still ravaged the town.
Yeah.
But
if you ask her whether or not other people have seen it, that answer is very few people have stayed to witness it, and those who have witnessed it think that it's a spectral conjuration of some, like, essentially like witch, warlock, what have you, that has put together this big facade of, oh, look, the dragons are back, guys. You gotta take care of it. And it wasn't actually related to a true dragon attack. It was just, if you ask the government what this is, it's someone fucking faking it, but I was there.
Yeah. Okay, because, I mean, it doesn't feel like a dragon attack.
Exactly,
it really doesn't.
It was very different than what most of the war would have been. Most of the war was, you've got dragons in the sky raining down hellfire, and you've got humans on the ground raining up ballistas.
Yeah.
So this like whole town destroyed in one night with just a spiral scar at the center of it.
Yeah, that don't feel very dragony.
I feel like we're going around in circles here. So we have a good idea of what happened.
I feel like we've made a lot of progress. Because we went from, oh my god, this was a dragon attack, to, wait a minute, this does not fucking feel like a dragon attack.
This ain't no dragon attack.
Well, I think we need a rush.
I mean, it's not usual tactics, but it definitely, like, we saw the eye of the void dragon, unless it is something pretending to be a void dragon, which is something we can gain clarity on later.
Dragons could never pretend to be something else, and something else could never pretend to be a dragon. Tickles, amulet.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, definitely the one of them. We know that dragons can pretend to be other things because sufficiently old dragons don't need an amulet to shapeshift into whatever else. But having a dragon form that is that powerful is something that is beyond mortal magic. Which it could be something else other than a dragon, but to what end? Like, what is the benefit of that? But we
start a war between humans and dragons, or try and reignite a war between humans and dragons.
Yeah, I mean, The possibilities are
Who
literally
would
two.
benefit from that, though?
I don't know. Maybe that's
The
the question we should
possibilities
be
are
asking.
several.
It's,
I
that
think
that might be the question we really should be asking: is who would benefit from trying to reignite that war?
Well, what I was trying to say is that we're asking a lot of questions to the ether, and what we should be doing is asking questions to people who can answer those questions, rather than just putting together a list of like increasingly complex questions.
Now that's a thought, Quetzal. That's a thought.
Well, we can pull out our magic. We can ask questions, Orb.
Or we can ask why Anna was like, after making such a big show of never wanting to see this, why she was outside. You know, and if it's a simple explanation of like she was worried about us, then my heart is touched.
For some reason, I don't feel it is. I was worried about you guys is the actual answer.
I don't think that is either, which is why I rolled the diplomacy check to ask her before she walked away.
That's a good idea.
So
Okay.
why was Anna out here is what I will ask her.
She initially sees looking at you guys in your eyes, and when you ask her that question, her eyes shoot immediately down into the left, and she doesn't look at you. She actually looks kind of like towards her escape route, and she just really quietly goes, "I like to see my dad," and she walks off.
Aww.
Well, that's sad and heartbreaking.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah. Super heartbreaking.
Can I roll even though I grew up on the street, like some sort of history check to see if I remember anything about a Void Dragon cult?
Ooh.
Nothing.
Okay, never mind.
Well, in that case, let's go ahead and hit that orb up after Anna goes back into her house.
Yeah, and probably not from this building, since there is a little demon sitting right there who could definitely hear us.
So my question for this is, I know you had a long list of questions.
Mhm.
It is 11:10. I don't know what you guys are doing tomorrow. I am happy to answer all these questions,
We
but
could just
I kind of want to pee first if we're gonna get started with a bunch of questions.
no, we can put these questions together like a coherent list of questions over the next couple of weeks and just hit them up the first thing next time.
Yep.
I think
I
that's
mean,
a
we
good
could always
idea,
do the
honestly.
whole. We all go to bed, and the next
We
morning.
all sleep on it,
Yeah.
and then
Sleep on
And we
your
get
Sleep on
we
all
get we
these
get some
questions.
food for Kronk's stomach.
Super important. We can't trust a hungry gut.
We
Don't
trust your
the
gut. We don't follow your
Don't
nose, though.
trust the gut. Don't trust the gut. Wait, Kronk,
not
why are you
trust
looking
a
at me
hungry
like
gut.
why are you looking at me like I'm a giant chicken leg?
I don't know. There's something about half elves.
Wait, hold on. If you're a chicken leg, does that make our gnome a McNugget?
Yes.
Nice.
No, he's a popcorn chicken bite.
Oh.
It's a popper. It's a popper from Futurama.
A poplar.
A popper.
Poplar.
Oh, God.
Poplar.
Poplars. Poplar.
All right, ladies and
I'm
gentlemen.
delicious.
Thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank you,
Kelly,
Kelly.
this was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you for joining us, because I felt really bad stealing your husband and not having you in here as a player too.
No.
Oh, no
I'm so
worries.
glad you could make it. And
a
I
much
think
better
that
player than
Kronk,
I
I'm gonna try hard not to make Kronk my
We
favorite.
weren't gonna admit it, Travis.
But Kronk's very quickly becoming a character for me, and I appreciate it.
Kronk
Oh,
is
Church
just
of Kronk.
fun.
Church of
I
Kronk.
was well when I heard the concept, I was like, man, I don't know. This is gonna be kind of serious, I think, for Kronk. And then I'm like, this is gonna be perfect for Kronk.
This is gonna be
It's gonna be
awesome
perfect
for
for
Kronk.
Kronk.
It's gonna be awesome for Kronk. No, it's fabulous. I think it's awesome, and I love, like I love playing bards. Travis will tell you that's probably my favorite class to play. And I've never played a Skald. I've never played the Barbarian. And so it's really fun to play a bard that also just likes to rush into combat. Like, yeah, I'm going to beat my drum and try to hit you with my ass.
A glass cannon.
Yeah, I'm literally a glass cannon. That's exactly right. Like, I'm in front. and then I will need lots of healing because I hurt.
Well, can't say as though you've got a great character combo for that, but it sounds like you got a good character combo for that.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be awesome, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, this is
It's
fun
gonna be
already.
fabulous.
This is
Good
fun
night,
already, he
y'all.
says.
Anything to buff Roderick more is just gonna make Kelly sadder in combat.
Hey, you know, honestly, combat, I like combat, but you know what? The experience that I had getting to tell this town story was way more fun than doing the combat of those trials.
Oh my
Combat
gosh,
is-
yeah.
Combat is the worst part of D&D. Like,
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you also, I don't know, I'd like to think that I like both, but ultimately, I would much rather talk to you about this blue mist that is pervasing this town, so.
Oh, and
Oh yeah, like 100% agree.
Aerosolized Viagra.
Hey, you is gonna consider Kronk like his besto friendo, like immediately.
Dude, did you, okay, you've seen the start to Akuma Drive, right?
Yeah.
Freaking, what's his name, and, oh my god, I'm gonna look up those two fucking names. I don't remember what their names are.
Y'all hang
They
out.
have their
I have to
code
hit
names.
the restroom, so I
Yep.
will see y'all later.
See you, Travis.
Okay, bye, thanks for playing.
Travis.
Akuma Drive.
Yeah, Kelly, I knew where
want
you
to
were
see
going
this.
when we asked her where it was. If you had paused at all in that description, I was gonna be like, you went to go see your dad.
Brawler
Oh,
and
damn.
Hoodlum. Also, yeah, she definitely went to go see her dad.
Mhm.
Brawler and Hoodlum are their two names. And it's the Brawler is like the big burly I'll go fuck, and I'm just gonna charge into stuff. And then Hoodlum's like, maybe that's not a great idea. Maybe that's not a great idea. I support you, bro. Don't get off it.
You go do it. You get him. I'll be
Oh, no,
back
this-
here.
I was thinking more along the lines of
That's awesome.
Yeah, I know. One of
the two guys
Haikyuu's.
from the two guys
Oh,
from Jujutsu.
Yeah. I haven't
Besto
seen Bardock on
friendo.
that.
That's fabulous, and I love
You're just
it.
watching it because you see all those memes on TikTok.
Hell yeah! And those memes make it look great, and it is great. So I watch it.
Oh.
All right, folks. Thank y'all so much. I had a blast. I can't
Thanks
wait
for
till
joining.
next
definitely.
time.
Can't wait.
All right. Thank y'all. See you next time.
See you
Thank
later.
so much.
Thanks again for playing.
Right, bye.
You're buying too? Goodbye.
I thought everyone's buying.
I just have to pee. That's all. That's all I need. I just need to go pee. But
He's a very
buying.
tiny human with a very
I'm
tiny
down to
bladder.
post-game chat. I'm down to post-game chat. I have to pee. I drank. What is this?
700 liters.
350 mLs of pop, and I need to pee the 350 mLs.
I like how the fact that
So-
you have a glass with how many mLs there's on there.
It's actually like a salad shaker,
Oh, okay.
except for the fact that I didn't rinse out my actual cup, and so I was like, oh, this is basically a plastic cup. It's fine. It's fine.
Alrighty.
It's fine.
Kelly, you have a drinking problem.
The problem is she's out of drink.
Go shut this off. Go over here. All right, guys. I think that is where we're going to end this evening of The Dragon in the Storm. Trying to ascertain what happened. New friends have joined. New battles have gone. And we have found out more information. For every answer we've gotten, we have now gotten even more questions. So we're going to bring tonight to a close. We're going to do the end of credits. We're going to thank the people. First and foremost, a big shout out to Kelly. Thank you so much for the game and running it. You are awesome as always. And finally, a big shout out to everyone else who is playing with us. And thank you to all of you guys. Anyone who's here for 5 minutes, 5 hours, 5 days. It is truly appreciated as always. And so here we go. We're going to do the ending credits. We're going to thank the people and we're going to get the hell out of Dodge. Outro, please. Outro, please. Down below is a thank you from me to you for hanging out this evening. The ending credit music is brought to you by Electromina, name as long as Summer Vibes. If you enjoy the music, make sure you look them up on Spotify or YouTube. Their music is free to listen to, free to download, and if you enjoy the music, make sure you support the artists. They're badasses for having their entire catalog out there for free. Also, support your local and online artists. Don't just go to store and buy some bullshit ass copy pasta and hang up your wall. When you go to a local or online artist, have them make something original for you. That way you can support the local and online arts and not some bullshit ass Zerk's printed copy of the same damn thing. Also, I want to say thank you to Master Calso42 and Zimmerman DVM. Thank you so much for the follows. We also have Dr. Rat. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime subscription. It is truly appreciated. And a big shout out once again to all of you guys for hanging out this evening. And finally, a big shout out to the Bully for Twitch Network. The Bully for Twitch Network is channels much like my own, where you can go enjoy yourself and not have to ask goblins during your fun, because that's how they have fun. If those are channels that you enjoy, make sure you look for the hashtag Bully for Twitch on Twitter. Give some love. Tell them I sent you. But guys, if you're going to bed much like me, sleep well and sweet dreams. But if you plan to stay up and play some more games, whether it's League of Legends, Dota, Final Fantasy, Pokemon, or any of the games that are out there, have fun. Because at the end of the day, it's a game. And that's what it's all about, is having fun. And with that, we are going to bring episode 1403, The Dragon of the Storm, Pathfinder Part 4, to a close. Thank you guys so much for spending some of your time here with me. I really hope to see you here tomorrow night when we go live for episode 1404 as we continue the 4-year challenge to stream every single day for 4 years. We're on our way. We're almost there. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Until then, guys, have a great rest of your evening. Good night, everyone. My turn. Button.